You referred to Thursday, are we booked through Thursday? Okay, great. No, that's fine. No, I hope it doesn't, but, because of the longer break, I just wanted to make sure we had some wiggle room. But I think we should be still okay for the end of Thursday.
Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, sir.
State client.
State will call Anthony Bullen.
Anthony Bolt.
Bullen, yeah.
Bullen.
Action. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you go ahead and face the clerk, raise your right hand, just raise it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Step on your way out.
That's right.
To here or up here?
Yes. When you're up there, make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. Ms. Cusco, whenever you and your witness are ready, you may come up.
You can move the microphone more, like towards you more.
Okay.
There you go. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. So just state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Anthony Bullen, B-U-L-L-E-N.
And Mr. Bullen, where do you live?
Pompano Beach.
Is that in Broward County?
Yes.
And do you have family here?
In Broward County, yes.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
Yes, 3.
And I see that you're wearing scrubs right now. Where do you work?
I'm a physical therapist. I work for a physical therapy group of Florida. That's my company.
And how long have you been a physical therapist?
Since 2001.
So on April 24th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And what did you do that day?
I was on a boat at Boca, Lake Boca.
Did you go to an event called Boca Bash?
Yes, I did.
And what is Boca Bash?
Boat party, boat tie-up, sandbar party.
So it's just a big party on the lake.
Correct, yes.
Have you ever been to Boca Bash before?
That was the first time.
And I know it may seem obvious, but how did you get there?
On a French boat.
How many people were on that boat?
6.
And those 6 people, are they all your friends?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you went to Lake Boca?
Exact time, no.
Was it like in the early afternoon?
Yeah. Noon, probably 11 noon.
Was there any alcohol on the boat?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol?
Mostly beer.
Were there any liquor bottles on the boat?
I don't remember.
Did you drink alcohol that day?
I had 4 beers.
Do you remember what time you started drinking?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what time you stopped drinking?
I don't remember, no. Just 4 beers spread out.
Okay. When you got to Lake Boca, where was the boat anchored?
On the west side of the sandbar.
Is that near the inlet by any chance?
On the opposite side of the sandbar of the inlet.
Okay. Do you remember how the water was like when you parked in that area?
Seemed okay.
Were there any like rough currents?
I don't think so.
And in that area, were there already a lot of boats there?
I think so, yeah. We were a little off the sandbar, so that means there was boats there before us.
Would you say there were a lot of people already there?
Yes.
So before the incident that occurred on this day, have you ever met someone by the name of Caroline Schwitzky?
No.
What about a Mr. Cole Goldberg?
No.
So when did you first notice Caroline Schwitzky?
She was swimming towards her boat. She was off her boat, swimming towards her boat, trying to get on the boat.
So you first saw her on one boat and then she swam to another boat?
We saw her a little before that.
Okay. Now, the boat that she was swimming towards, did you see Mr. Goldberg on that boat?
No. Oh, yes, the first boat she was swimming towards, yes.
Okay. And when she got on that boat where the male was, Mr. Goldberg, what was she doing?
She was trying to get away from him.
So what was Mr. Goldberg doing to her?
Holding her, I think, holding her back.
Did it look like they were arguing?
Yes.
How was, I know you said she was trying to get away from him, but how was her demeanor like?
She seemed upset.
How was Mr. Goldberg's demeanor like?
I don't remember.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Okay, can you just point him out and identify him by what he's wearing?
Gray suit. Blue tie.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness positively identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. Did Ms. Schwitzky try to push Mr. Goldberg away from her?
Yes.
Did it, from what you remember, look like Mr. Goldberg did not want her to get off the boat?
From what I remember, yes.
Was she kind of like holding her back?
Yes.
Do you remember how long they were arguing for before she jumped off the boat?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
When she jumped off of the boat, where was she swimming towards?
Away from the boat towards another boat.
And do you remember how she was swimming?
She seemed to be swimming okay.
Did she look like she was in distress at all?
No, just trying to get away.
You don't remember if she was kind of like flailing while she was swimming?
I don't think she was smiling.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Goldberg jump in the water as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what was he doing?
Swimming after her.
About how long would you say when she jumped into the water, did he follow right afterwards?
I believe he followed right afterwards.
Okay. And did it look like he was swimming towards another boat, or was he pursuing after her?
Pursuing after her.
Did he look like he had trouble swimming?
No.
Was he swimming after her pretty fast?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if he had a backpack on when this was happening?
I don't remember that.
When he caught up to Ms. Schwitzky, what was he doing?
He caught up to her and pushed her head down in the water
And how did he do that?
with his hands.
Okay, where on her body did he grab her?
I believe on her head.
On her head?
Yeah.
And he pushed her underwater is what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember how long she was underwater for?
I don't remember.
Do you, if you know, do you know how deep the water was?
I would say between like 6 and 8 feet.
Were you also swimming in that water?
Earlier in the day, yes.
In that same area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to stand in that water?
At some point you could stand, but where we were anchored, no.
Okay. Was she near where you guys were anchored?
She was a little closer towards the sandbar.
Okay. Did you at some point see a floaty being thrown to her?
I don't remember.
Did you see if anyone intervened when Mr. Goldberg had her underwater?
Yes, there were some people on another boat that helped her get back onto their boat, get onto their boat.
Okay, but when they were in the water, did you see someone pull her away from him?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so she went on the other boat. What did the defendant do next?
He turned around and went back towards the boat he was on.
Did at any point, did he continue swimming after her?
At that point, no.
When she got on that boat, were you able to see how she was behaving?
We saw that the other boaters were like helping her, giving her water, towel kind of thing.
Did she look like she was upset?
Yes,
Did it look like she was crying?
yes.
Was she still wet?
From the water, yes,
And her hair was wet as well?
yes.
Okay, so defendant, he swam away towards another boat?
Back to the boat he was on.
Okay. About how long after, when she got on the boat that was helping her, did he go back to that boat?
I would say right after.
Did you call 911?
No,
Did you call for help at all?
no,
Okay, at Boca Bash, are there a lot of police boats on the water patrolling?
yes,
Okay. So, did you see a boat flag down with police?
yes,
Okay. So, when police were involved, did you give them a statement?
yes.
Can you just describe how Mr. Goldberg was swimming?
Seemed to be swimming okay.
Did it look like he was having trouble?
No,
Okay. Now, when Mr. Goldberg put her underwater, was it like a quick dunk? Can you just describe a little bit more?
Sorry, objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
You can answer.
repeat.
When he put her underwater, was it like a quick dunk? Can you just describe a little bit more how he put her underwater?
Push her head underwater, but I'm not, I didn't count how long she was under. I don't remember.
Did it look like he pushed her underwater to keep himself afloat?
Objection, speculation.
I don't think so.
Sustained.
Were you concerned as to how long she was held underwater?
Just concerned about the whole situation.
And initially, what drew your attention to this couple when you first saw them?
That they were arguing.
Nothing further.
President.
Yep. Morning.
Good morning.
The first thing that you saw was not them arguing. You actually saw this young lady, this woman, swimming back to the boat and having difficulty swimming before this even happened, right?
I saw her swimming back to the boat, yes.
Before this even happened, right?
Correct.
Nothing to do with the big vessel where this incident happened that she eventually got on. She was swimming to another boat. She was struggling swimming. Remember that?
Yep, I remember her swimming towards that boat, yes.
All right. She was struggling, right?
I don't remember.
No? I'll show you your statement you wrote to the police. If you read that, see if that refreshes your memory.
I wrote that she was struggling.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that she was struggling?
Sure.
All right. And then you remember the police boat coming up and checking to see if everyone had life rafts?
Yes.
Which boat was that? Was it your boat?
No.
Was it the boat she eventually got on?
Yes.
Are you talking about the boat? Make sure, not the one she got on. Well, I think I know what you're talking about. I want to make sure I understand. So the boat she got on was not your boat, and it wasn't the boat she wound up at the end when the police arrived, right? It
Correct.
was a different boat.
Right.
How far was that from you about?
20 yards.
All right. So what drew your attention to see this young lady, this woman getting onto this boat that was struggling in the water? What drew your attention?
Her swimming and the police boat on its way up to them.
How did she get back to the boat? Do you remember?
She swam.
All right. Do you know what Mr. Goldberg was at that point?
believe he was on that same boat.
Did you see him on the boat?
Yes,
Before the young lady swam back to the boat or after?
after.
Okay. Can you tell me how many people are on that boat approximately from 20 to 30 yards from you?
Maybe 6,
You know how big the boat was? Can you estimate?
25 feet.
Did you hear music playing?
Don't remember.
Did you see anyone get pushed into the water?
Repeat that?
Did you see from that boat anyone get pushed into the water?
I don't know.
All right. And no young men got pushed into a propeller or anything like that, right?
No.
All right. As a matter of fact, the lady we're talking about, she didn't get pushed in the water. She jumped in on her own, right?
I didn't see her enter the water. I just saw her in the water.
Oh, okay. I thought you said earlier she jumped into the water.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you didn't see her get pushed in, it's fair to say that.
Fair to say that. I saw them argue and then I saw her in the water.
Gotcha. Did you see anyone grab or slap this woman's behind prior to this happening?
No.
Did you see my client, you pointed out, Mr. Goldberg, separate people before this incident happened, meaning this lady and another guy, that he pushed them away from each other?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Do you know why you didn't see it? You weren't paying attention, or you weren't watching, or?
Wasn't watching.
All right. So it's possible that happened, you just didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Did you see a guy who looked drunk fall on the floor at all? On that boat that we're talking about 20 to 30 yards from you?
No.
Did you ever hear, do you know the lady's name that we're talking about, the one with the red bathing suit?
Caroline?
Oh, you know it now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Caroline or hear Caroline screaming on the top of her lungs? You never heard that, did you?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg's sexually molesting this lady while she was on the boat when you were 20 to 30 yards away?
No.
That's something you would have noticed, I'm sure.
If I would have saw it, yeah.
Sure. Did you ever see, did you hear anybody on that other boat say anything? Did you make out words?
No.
So whether there's enough life preservers on that boat, not enough life preservers, you have no idea on the boat 20, 30 yards away.
I don't know.
All right. And if you know, because I know you haven't been to the boat, you only been to Boca Bash once, but have you been to Lake Boca previous to that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with the conditions there sometimes?
Yeah.
And the channel there, and the tides?
Yes.
And it can get a little dangerous swimming there?
It can.
Especially with all the boats during this party, right?
Sure.
There are also jet skis there?
There can be.
All right, and you said the water is definitely over your head where you were docked?
Yes.
Or anchored, rather?
Yes.
How about where the boat was 20 to 30 yards from you? Was that deep water as well?
I can't say. I wasn't over there.
All right. Where this lady, Caroline, swam to, do you know what direction she was swimming to?
East.
Okay, would it be towards the homes there on the intercoastal?
I think there's homes on both sides.
All right. Would there be homes the direction she was going?
Yes.
East she was going.
Yes.
All right. And do you know if you know, if you have experience in that area, can you generally swim from where you were to where those homes were, to the east? Or is that something
That'd be a
dangerous to
little
do?
far.
Huh?
That would be far.
Would that be dangerous to do?
Yeah. Yes.
Considering all the boats that were there and the conditions of what was going on, right?
I would say so, yes.
How about if you had alcohol to the mix, would that be dangerous?
Yes.
You have no idea the condition of Caroline, or sobriety, or not lack of sobriety, you wouldn't know, right?
No.
Or Mr. Goldberg's?
No.
Okay. And you were just there hanging out with a bunch of friends trying to have a good time.
Yes.
And I think you told the prosecutor you never called 911.
No.
You didn't see the need for any paramedics, right?
Somebody else called.
Right, but that was 20 minutes later at least, right?
I don't remember the time.
Well, did you see anyone dial 911 with their phones, or you just saw the police show up?
Saw the police show up.
Okay, so you don't know if anyone actually called or waved them down, or they saw what was going on? You don't know, do you?
No.
All right. My question is, you didn't see the need to call paramedics because you would, right?
Correct.
You're in the business of healing people. That's what you do.
Mhm.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember which boat the police went to make sure there was enough life preservers and throwables? Was it your boat or a different boat?
Different boat.
Was it the boat that Cole and Carolyn were on prior to this incident?
Yes.
Okay, the boat that both of them wound up in the water from.
Correct.
Okay. And did you know that was a big thing for all the police there, making sure people had enough life rafts or life preservers for each guest on each boat?
Yeah, I think they check.
A lot of police there,
Yes.
more than normal when you're out on the water.
Yes.
There are mostly young kids there, like in the 20s.
I would say so, yes.
They're like 90%, 80% of the people.
Maybe.
Did you see any like sponsor boats where they were giving out free vodka shots or vodka drinks, seltzers, or anything like that?
Objection relevance?
No.
Over. He said no.
You didn't notice that, okay. So whatever they may have been arguing about, you don't personally have any knowledge of that, right? Sorry?
No.
Okay. And you told this court that when you caught up with her in the water, before that, it didn't look like she was having trouble swimming, right?
No.
Carolyn thought was swimming fine, right?
At that time, yes.
Do you know why someone or multiple people may have given her a raft to lean on prior to getting to their boat?
No.
Did you ever see that?
I don't remember.
All right. Did you ever see her holding onto a raft for 20, 30 seconds prior to Mr. Goldberg grabbing her by the head like you described?
I don't remember that.
All right. And Mr. Goldberg, you don't know what was going through his mind, do you?
No.
You don't know if he was swallowing water, do you?
No.
And this all happened near the inlet, right?
The inlet's on the eastern side.
Was it close to the inlet?
East, southeast. The whole lake is close to the inlet.
Oh, okay. And there could be a strong current the whole lake, right?
There can be current.
You know what the current was during this particular time this incident happened?
No.
And you saw Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky, or Carolyn as you referred to, on the boat. They were sitting close together.
Yes.
Was he sitting down and she was sitting in front of him, like her back was towards Cole Goldberg's chest?
I don't know.
Were they sitting side by side?
Possibly.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. But somehow you said that he was holding Caroline back, right?
Yeah, at some point.
Sorry?
At some point, yes.
All right. You don't know if he was holding her back because he was mad at her or he didn't want her to get hurt by jumping in the water. You have no idea, right?
They seem to be arguing.
All right. You don't know if there was enough life preservers for the people on that boat to even get back to shore, do you?
I don't know.
All right. So when he was holding her back, it was just a little bit, right? It wasn't like physically grabbing her and trying to hold her to hurt her, was he?
I don't know.
Well, let me show you that position. You can turn to page 21. Through lines 1 through 4, please. back a little bit?
That's what I said, yes.
And this, when you gave your deposition, was obviously closer to this incident than today, right?
Yeah,
Do you stand by that answer today?
I said it then, yes.
Okay. And if you can go to page, see if this refreshes your memory on page 24. I'll get you the exact line, hold on one second. See if this refreshes your memory about whether this lady was still on a raft.
Where we at?
Hold on, let me get you the exact line and page, 1 second. Page 20, but go right to 26, it's easier. 26, line 3 to 15, if you can read that to yourself, please.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory that somebody threw this lady Caroline a raft and she was on it when she got pushed down?
Yes, in my statement that day, I said it was a raft, so that was the day it happened, so I would say that would be accurate.
And she was holding on to it at the time she was pushed down, remember that?
Not sure about that.
No. Read line 13 through 15 if you can. If it helps you, it helps you. If it
I
doesn't.
also said, I don't know if the raft was before or after.
So my question is refresh your memory that she was holding on to the raft when she was pushed down?
It's possible.
Oh, okay. You don't really remember?
No.
Oh, okay. But you agree that she had a raft at the time this incident happened?
I don't know if it was before or after he pushed her under. On line number 9, you want to read that?
Oh, no, I'm asking to read. I'm reading to yourself. If you don't. Okay?
Got it.
Give me 1 second, please. So my question is, isn't it true when you were asked on page 26 and line 10? Okay, but I'm just saying, from your statement, when you say that they threw her a raft, and then he tried to grab her off the raft and push her down, from what you stated right there, the only logical thing would be she got the raft before he pushed her down, correct? And your answer was yes. Remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that he pushed her down with one hand on top of her head. Right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did his other hand go up in the air?
I don't remember that.
Did Cole Goldberg stay above water when he pushed this lady down under the water?
I think so, yes.
Okay. You didn't jump in the water, did you?
No.
No one jumped in the water, did they?
No.
Okay. And you said you can't remember how long it was, but it was just a couple of seconds, right, that she was under?
I didn't count.
No one performed CPR on this lady, did they?
No.
Were you close enough to hear what anyone was saying on that boat? Meaning the boat that she eventually got on?
No.
And other than putting the hand on top of her head and putting her down, did you see him do anything else?
I didn't see anything else.
Okay. And did this lady, Caroline, get on the boat eventually by herself?
I believe she was held on.
Somebody carried her?
No.
Okay. She physically walk up the platform or climb up the platform?
Probably a ladder.
Okay. By herself?
Could have had help from the other people that were on the boat.
You remember that, or you assuming that?
I remember that.
Who helped her?
Somebody on the other boat, I don't know them,
Well, how'd they help her? Do you remember?
gave her a hand.
Like when she's on the ladder to come on up?
Say that.
Well, are you guessing, or do you remember that?
I remember.
Okay. Did they give her a hand? Is that how they helped her?
Objection asked and answered.
Can you just make sure you're speaking directly in the microphone when you're talking?
Okay.
Did you see anybody, you know what a gaff is? You know what a gaff is?
A gaff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did anyone try to gaff Cole Goldberg?
I don't remember that, no.
Huh? Did you see Mr. Goldberg with a backpack on, or while he was swimming the first time when you saw him going towards Caroline?
I don't remember.
All right. Did you see him with any flotation devices?
No.
How about when he came back the second time? Did you see him with anything like a flotation device or a backpack?
No.
Did you ever see a phone, a telephone in Caroline's hand?
No.
And you didn't see the police go, Cole Goldberg came back to the same boat that Caroline was on and was he in the water when the police got there?
Yes.
Hanging on to the back of the boat, the platform?
I don't know that.
Was he under the water or was he above water?
Above water?
Did you ever see him get on the boat?
No.
And you could not hear what anyone was saying on that boat to each other, right?
No.
Right. When Cole Goldberg left, did you see him get on the same boat that you saw him and Caroline jump off after he left, after the dunking incident?
Yes.
All right. So he physically gets on that boat, the same boat again?
Yes.
And that boat was now closer to you guys, right?
Yes.
All right. So he could have easily hopped on that boat and got a ride back to wherever they were going, right?
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
Well, that boat left, didn't it?
The boat left?
Yeah, after Cole Goldberg got off that boat, came back to the yacht where Caroline's on, that boat was gone, wasn't it? The boat that he and Caroline originally jumped off? It wasn't there anymore, was it?
I didn't see it.
Oh. One moment, please, thank you. See any of the young people there filming anything involving this incident?
Say that again?
See any of the young people on any of these boats or anybody filming anything that was happening?
No.
Did you ever see Carolyn in a sumo hold being held by, you know what a sumo hold is?
No.
Like a wrestling hold, like from behind or
Okay.
from the front. Someone's like there hugging somebody. Did you ever see that?
No.
All right. Thank you so much.
For your explanation.
Mr. Bullen, on cross, you say you don't remember how long Ms. Schwitzky was underwater for.
Correct.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if you read your statement in the deposition transcript?
Sure.
Okay, and you have a copy with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Page 25, line 14. And just let me know when you're done reading.
Okay.
Okay. That refresh your memory.
Yes.
Okay, how long was she underwater for?
In the depot, I stated 5 seconds.
Okay. Now, again, your occupation is a physical therapist.
Yes.
You're not EMS.
No.
Would you know how to run your emergency aid?
Just CPR.
Okay. Would you know when something calls for an emergency?
They call it Lloyd Whiting.
Lloyd Whiting. You're my trouble.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I'll just let you try out. Make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone when you talk. Say whatever you and your witness are ready to make fire.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Lloyd Whiting, Whiting.
And where do you live?
Palm Beach.
What's your occupation?
I work for Bank of America in their trust and estate department.
And in 2022, were you living in about the same area?
I was.
Did you attend an event on April 24th, 2022 called Boca Bash?
I did.
And is that event in Palm Beach County?
Yes, it is.
Who did you attend that with?
Brian Hernandez, Anthony Bullen, Jeremy Crawford, Mauricio Patino, and another gentleman, I don't know his last name, his first name is Mark.
So were there about 6 of you?
Correct.
Had you ever attended that event before?
No, first time.
Could you describe what Boca Bash is, if you know?
Yes, it's basically a sandbar where a bunch of boats get together, drop anchor, and just spend the day out on the water.
Around what time do you remember arriving to the Lake Boca area?
Sometime late morning,
Would you estimate 10, 11?
probably around 11.
Okay. What did you do when you guys arrived?
We dropped anchor, sat down, chit-chatted, had a couple of beers, people watched.
Were you drinking?
Yes,
What kind of drinks were you guys having?
beer.
And how many drinks do you think you had throughout the day?
Probably 3 or 4.
And that's total?
Yes,
At any point during the day, were you kind of people watching at any time?
all day long, yes.
Okay. And did you notice a female on another boat wearing a red bathing suit?
Did.
Permission to retrieve states 2.
You can retrieve whatever you want.
States 2 also. I'm showing you States Exhibit 2A and States Exhibit 2B. Is this the female we were discussing with the red bathing suit?
Yes.
What did you notice?
So the boat head was docked to the right of us. If I was facing forward in the boat, probably about 15 or so younger people, I'd say probably in their 20s, having a good time. But we noticed the young lady that you just showed me a picture of seemed to be having some sort of an argument. She was, we couldn't hear her, but we could see that the defendant was following her back and forth. So she'd be on this side of the boat. She'd get up and she'd leave and she'd go to the back of the boat and he'd follow her. And then she'd go somewhere else and he'd follow her. This went on for a good 15, 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
You indicated that you saw her and she was arguing, and then when you said someone, you referred to somebody by the name, like you said, a defendant. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
The gentleman there, I'm colorblind, but he has a light coated suit, white shirt, dark tie.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record's on silver flag.
So when you saw them arguing, would you say that it was one argument you saw?
I can't tell you if it was one argument or not. Like I said, it spanned the period of maybe 15 or 20 minutes from the time it caught our attention.
Okay. And when it caught your attention, was this a person, the female in the red bathing suit, was this a person that you were sitting down and staring at her the whole day?
No, but obviously we were people watching, and a young lady in a bikini was, something nice to look at. So
It's 6 guys on a boat, you noticed her because she's
Right,
pretty.
exactly.
Okay. So, but then you noticed that there's arguments that are happening, and you estimated about 20 minutes, you saw an argument going on between these two people?
from when I first noticed it until she jumped into the water, yes.
Okay. And as far as the arguments are concerned, you were not able to hear them. How far would you estimate your boat was from the boat that you saw them on?
I don't know, distance-wise, maybe from where I'm sitting to the second or third bench back there.
Okay. What kind of demeanor did she have when you noticed her in this argument?
She seems to be getting very annoyed.
Okay, and did you notice what demeanor the defendant had?
It seemed like he was trying to plead his case, whatever it was, he was trying to get her to listen to him.
As far as physically, did you see anything physical happen between them while they were on the boat?
For the first 15 minutes or so, no. She would get up and walk to the other side of the boat and he would follow her. And that happened 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times. And then the last instance, she was sitting near the back of the boat and he came over and she started to get up again and he wrapped his arms around her, restraining her, keeping her from walking away.
Okay, so he wrapped his arms around her. Were they facing each other, or was she facing away from him?
I think she was facing away from him and he came from behind her.
Okay, did it look forceful?
It looked like he was preventing her from moving.
Was she reacting in any way?
She, at some point, she was, pulling and punching his arms, trying to get free.
What happens after that?
She was able to get free from him, and she jumped off the back of the boat into the water. Our boat was here, their boat was there, so she swam this way, past our boat to the boat that was directly in front of us.
Okay, so at this point, is it safe to say that you're kind of invested and watching?
Everyone in the immediate area was focused on what was happening.
And you indicated that she swam past your boat
Correct.
and went to a further boat.
Yes, the other boat was a little further than us.
Okay. How was she swimming?
very quickly.
Did her demeanor seem to be the same, or had it changed?
Judging the speculation.
Oh, you can answer if you have.
She appeared frantic, trying to get away from him as quickly as possible.
Did she look scared?
Yes.
So she swims past your boat, and does she stop at the next boat?
She was maybe 10 feet or 12 feet short of it when he caught up to her. Shortly after she jumped in the water, he jumped in too, and he started swimming behind her.
Okay, so how long would you estimate between the time that she jumps in the water and he jumps in the water?
Maybe 10 seconds or so.
And so is he closely following her?
Yes, he was swimming faster than she was.
Okay, so by the time that she's about, you estimate 10, 12 feet from this next boat, he catches up to her?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
I am now showing you what's been pre-marked for ID purposes as State 6. Is that the boat that we're talking about where she swam about 10 to 12 feet up to it?
I believe so.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of kind of how that boat looked? Obviously not people in different positions.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, State would move State 6 into evidence as State 6.
Any legal objection? I receive State Exhibit number 6 in evidence without objection.
I'm going to hand you a Sharpie, if you will indulge me. And I would like you to mark a C where the victim stopped in front of the boat where you estimated her to be. And then do you remember anybody on that boat being anywhere specifically, or do you just remember the boat being there?
There were at least 2 older couples there.
Okay. Do you know if any of them were in the water at the time that she swam up?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know if they were in the front of the boat, the back of the boat?
Well, like I said, everybody was watching what was going on, so they were standing near the back of their boat, anticipating her coming.
Okay. All right. I'm going to agree that. Permission to publish, Judge? I'm going to show it to defense.
I got it.
You got it? Okay. Yes. So we left off, he's swimming quickly, he's able to catch up. What happens when he catches up?
He appeared to push her down under the water.
And when you say he pushed her down under the water, did you see in what manner he did that?
I saw him reach out. I couldn't tell if his hands were on her shoulders or her head, but he reached out and then she was under the water.
Is it difficult to tell whether it was shoulders or head because at that point she's in the water and her shoulders are at water level?
Correct.
Okay. So you are sure though that he grabbed her either on her head or her shoulders and pushed her down?
Yes.
Were you able to see if that was done forcefully?
It appeared so.
Can you estimate how long he had her under the water?
It was brief. At that point, everyone started screaming, and I think it got his attention, and he backed off a little.
Okay, so intervention sort of happened, and then she's able to get out from under?
Correct.
Do you know if she was able to get out from under the water with assistance, or she was able to do that on her own?
She continued to swim the last few feet to the boat, and then people reached out and pulled her up.
Did you see anybody threaten him with any form of a tool or any form of a...
And so the long stick that you use when you're pulling the boat when you reach your dock.
The informal word being a boat hook, I think?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay, so you saw somebody kind of brandishing that?
Yes, one of the gentlemen had that and, was threatening to hit him if he tried to get on the boat.
Now, how far was your boat from this boat that we were just referencing?
Maybe from here to the defendant.
Okay, so maybe give or take 5 feet closer than the other boat in the different direction?
Correct. Right in front of us versus to the right of us.
Okay, so when you saw this whole interaction happen, you said that you heard yelling. Were you able to distinguish any of the yelling? Were you able to kind of make out what they were saying, or you just heard yelling?
I did, the yelling was from the gentleman on my boat and from the people on the other boat, the two couples that I was speaking of.
Okay, so someone on your boat was yelling?
Yeah, we were yelling at him to stop.
Okay, so you were all yelling stop. And then did you hear what the other people were yelling on the other boat? Okay. Was it loud?
Yeah, yeah,
And safe to say you're yelling, you can't hear what other people are yelling?
exactly.
Okay. Now, so you estimated she was in the water for a few seconds. Was it concerning enough that you started yelling stop?
You don't object, it's mischaracterizing the witness's testimony, it's not what he said.
You can answer if you understand.
Yes.
Do you need your, okay. At that point, when she's pulled up onto the boat, what happens?
So they pull her up. Everyone's kind of relieved at that point. The defendant realized that he was not going to get on the boat and he swam off.
Okay. Did he look like he was having any trouble swimming?
No,
At any point that you saw this defendant in the water, did you find him to be struggling to swim?
no,
Are you from Florida?
no.
Have you been here a while?
I've been here since July 2019.
And have you been familiar with any sort of boating, or was this kind of your first time on a boat?
No, I've been on several boats.
Have you ever seen somebody struggling to swim?
Yes.
Okay. Is it like the TV movies, or is it a little different?
No, you'll see people's arms flailing and water splashing, and it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And have you ever seen, on that day, did you see anybody struggling to swim?
I did not.
And when he swam away, did he have to grab onto anybody?
No, not that I noticed.
Was there any time that he swam back to that boat?
It was probably maybe 20, 30 minutes later. Everything had settled down. The young lady was still on the other boat, and one of the guys on our boat noticed that he was approaching their boat from a distance. So we all were very upset at this point. We thought it was all said and done. And we started screaming over to the other boat, letting them know that he was approaching.
When this all happened, was it your concern right then and there to get police involved?
Yes,
Why didn't that happen?
it did.
Right away when, so the timeline that you've painted for us is that she is submerged under the water, pushed down, she's taken out of the water, she's put on this boat that she swam up to. The defendant is not allowed on that boat. He swims away, 20 minutes go by, he swims back. When was law enforcement notified?
After he swam back.
Okay, so why was that the triggering event for law enforcement?
Well, for us, she was safe. She was on a boat. She appeared to be in, the hands of people that were going to take care of her, and it all was said and done.
When she got out of the water, did you see her facial expressions?
No,
Okay, so you're not able to tell us how she acted when she got out of the water after the incident?
no,
Okay. Were you able to speak to the police when they did come?
I did.
And did you provide a statement?
I did.
Did your alcohol consumption affect your ability to comprehend what you witnessed between the man and the woman?
No,
Have you ever met either of these people?
I had
At the time, did you even know their names?
not. No.
Moment to confer. Sam, pass it.
Good morning, Mr. Whiting. So in your opinion, someone drowning, you believe, from your experience, you'd see their arms flailing and splashing in the water. That's what you just told us, right?
Yes.
All right. That's as far as you personally know. Your experience would be seeing somebody splashing and making a lot of noise and waving up and down trying to get someone's attention, right?
Presumably, yes.
All right. That's the only experience you have with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you agree you're making a lot of assumptions what was going on the boat before the two people jumped off?
The only assumption I made that was that they were a couple that was arguing.
Okay, well, did you see anyone physically grab this woman on that boat that was, what, 15 yards from you, 20 yards before they jumped in? How far is that boat, 15, 20 yards?
I would say maybe 30, 40 feet.
Okay. From you to the second row approximately?
So yes,
Okay. And did you have a direct on view?
I did.
Did you see any males grab the woman's behind at all?
I did not.
Did you ever see, you recognize Cole Goldberg, right?
I did.
Did you ever see him push somebody down?
I did
Who
not.
appeared to be totally intoxicated on that boat?
I did not.
No? Did you ever see the young lady in the red bathing suit? Did you ever see her yelling at somebody who appeared to be intoxicated? Not my client, somebody else, another male.
No, I did not.
Or in an altercation with that person.
I did not.
And was there music on that boat? People were dancing?
Presumably, yes, there was.
All right, so you couldn't hear what anyone was saying, right?
No.
And when they were on that boat, did you know how old Mr. Goldberg was?
No.
You know how old the other lady was in the red bathing
Objection
suit?
relevance.
No.
You know anything about them?
No.
All right, you don't know if they were dating for a day, if they dated for 10 years. You don't even know if they were dating.
I don't.
All right. You just telling us what you think you observed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say he was following her back and forth multiple times, do you know if he was saying anything to her like, I'm not going to beat anybody up or push anyone in the water?
I could not hear anything.
All right. And do you know if this lady was angry at him because he was not protecting her from another male assaulting her?
I don't know.
All right. How about when he had his arms wrapped around her? Do you know if he was saying loving things or saying mean things at that time?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea if he was telling her, don't jump in the water, there's too many boats here, you can't swim to land, it's impossible?
I don't know.
Do you know who else was on that boat that they jumped off of?
I don't know any of them. No.
Do you know if the police were there checking to see if everyone had life preservers on each boat?
I don't know.
Did you ever see the police go to the boat that the two people, Mr. Goldberg and the Schwitzky, that you were talking about? Did you ever see a police boat go to that boat before this incident happened?
I did not.
And the boat you were on, was it like an open fishing boat?
Yes, it was center console.
About 25 feet?
35, 40.
Okay, you had 6 of you guys.
Correct.
All right. So when you say he was playing his case, and she was annoyed, he was playing his case, is that just an assumption you're making?
Yes.
Okay. You know how either one of those people got to the Boca Bash?
I do not.
Or what time they got there? If either one was alcohol or not?
I'm sorry?
If either one was drinking, do you have any idea?
I don't know.
And this was the first time you ever attended Boca Bash?
It is.
Mostly young people there in the teens and 20s?
No, it was a mix. Like I said, the boat in front of us, there were 2 older couples.
Okay, so the average age of people were in the 20s?
I would say on average it was probably a younger crowd, but there were people of all ages there.
Did you see any, like sponsor boats, like big yachts that were giving out free alcohol or food?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see any jet skis there? Okay. Remember the officer telling you prior to you writing your statement, imagine if this was your daughter. Remember him telling you that?
I do remember the officer saying yes. Imagine if this was your daughter. I don't remember.
You remember him saying?
Before or after?
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if that was before or after my statement.
Okay. Let me show you the deposition. See if this refreshes your memory. Yep. You can go to page 12, lines 17 to 19, if you could read that to yourself, please. That refresh your memory?
Yes.
So isn't it true that the officer told you prior to writing your statement, imagine if this was your daughter?
Yes.
You remember him saying when he got on your boat, this is an attempted murder case, I need you to write a statement?
No.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. So, just so I'm clear, you did not dial 911, right?
No.
You had a phone with you?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. And you saw this lady, you know her name is Carolyn, or you don't know that?
I don't.
Okay, but the lady in the bathing suit. You know who that is, right?
Do I know who she is?
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, oh yes.
Okay, I want to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Yes.
He actually jumped off the boat that was from where you are to the second row approximately. She jumped off on her own, right?
Correct.
You didn't see my client push her
No.
or throw her off the boat.
No.
Okay. How far away was she when she was swimming in front of your boat? It was estimated, just a rough
I
estimate.
would say it was about halfway, probably as far as you are from me right now.
Okay, and you could actually see her while she's swimming, that she's scared? What made, is that what you testified to?
Yes.
While this lady's swimming in the water, what facial expressions lead you to believe she was scared?
I didn't see any facial expressions that she was swimming very quickly.
Okay, do you know she was swimming to try to get to land?
No, there was no land nearby.
It would be crazy to swim to land at that area, right?
Correct.
Would make no sense.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever see this lady in the red bathing suit scream, or hear her screaming on the top of her lungs while she was on that boat?
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg, I'm sorry to use these words, but stick his fingers in her private parts
I did not.
and was trying to rip her open? Anything like that?
No.
You would notice something like that if it was in front of you, right?
If I saw it, yes.
Of course. You never saw anyone get pushed into a propeller on that boat that was in front of you, did you?
No.
And you don't know if Mr. Goldberg was playing his case telling her not to jump off. It's too dangerous. We'll find another way home.
I don't.
What happened to that boat that 15 people were on that they jumped off of? Did that boat leave?
So, after she jumped off and ended up getting on the other boat, and the defendant swam away, once he came back, and we all started screaming, at some point between then and when the police arrived, that other boat left.
Did the boat that we're talking about go closer to the boat that this lady was on?
No, opposite direction.
All right, so your testimony is when my client swam away, the boat was in the same position it was when they first jumped off that boat?
Correct.
Okay. Did he have a backpack on at all?
I didn't notice.
You never noticed him with a backpack
No,
or any kind of flotation device?
no.
Do you think you would have seen that since he was right in front of you?
If I saw it, I would have, yes.
Oh, okay. And did you testify it was about 10 seconds after the woman jumps in that my client jumps in?
Approximately.
Oh, okay. And would you agree that when he put his hands on her shoulders or head, like you described, that was for a brief second?
Yes.
And you actually saw this woman just climb on the boat that the two older couples that you described were on, right?
They helped pull her up.
Go to page 17, line 14 to 17. See if that refreshes your memory of your deposition. Does that refresh your memory that she just climbed on a boat without any help or no?
did not say that she had help, but I believe she had help.
Who helped her and how they helped her, do you remember?
I don't recall.
Oh, so is there something in your mind you think she was helped?
People that were on the boat did help pull her up.
All right. Did she climb up a ladder? Did she go on the swim platform? If you don't.
I believe it was just on a platform, there was no ladder.
Okay. She was walking upright when she got on the boat?
I believe so.
She never fell on the floor?
No,
Okay. The ambulance never showed up? No paramedics?
not that I know.
No? You don't know if this lady was having trouble swimming and that's why she stopped there and may have asked for a life raft, do you?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
Didn't appear so.
Okay, so you don't think she had trouble swimming, this lady?
I don't think so.
Objection, speculation.
And did you see her, or did you see anyone throw her a life raft or her ride one?
No.
Okay. That's why you think she had no trouble swimming, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Was that why?
I don't think she had trouble swimming because she did not appear to have trouble swimming.
Okay. And at the time she was grabbed the way you described, she was not holding on to a life raft in your opinion?
No.
And Mr. Goldberg, you have no idea if he was swallowing water or what was going in his eyes at the time he grabbed her, do you?
I don't.
Or if he was having trouble breathing?
I don't.
Or how much he had to drink that day? Drank that day?
No.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. These are assumptions you're making that this was an intentional act, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
And you believe after this girl lady got on the boat that the people picked up anchor and they left, right?
I'm sorry?
You believe the people in the boat, the two older couples that she swam to, they picked up anchor and left. Remember that?
No.
All right, take a look at your deposition, page 17, line 18 through 21, and read that to yourself, please.
So can you say that?
Page 17, line 18 through 21.
Okay.
All right, do you remember now?
I do.
I'm sorry?
I do.
Okay, that they picked up anchor, the people at the boat she was on, and they left, right?
Objection, improper impeachment.
I don't know the question and answer, so it's hard for me to rule on that. What is his answer? Let me hear his answer and then I can rule.
When I said that they picked up anchor.
First, I want to refresh your memory, the number one.
Yes.
Okay, so the next question would be, isn't it true, now that your memory is refreshed, that after this lady got on the boat, they picked up anchor and they left?
My statement says that when he returned, the other boat that they got off of picked up anchor and left.
Okay, so explain that to me, because I didn't get that from this, I apologize. Explain that.
Objections overruled.
Which other boat are you talking about?
The boat that they got off of, the one that she jumped off of.
Okay, then that boat leaves.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks for clarifying. So after this incident happens with the walking, with the dunking, or whatever words you want to use, did you see Mr. Goldberg go on to the back of their boat or try to get on the back of their boat?
He swam away.
At first.
At first, he swam away.
Okay, so you didn't see him go to that boat? At first, after the
first.
lady goes under the water for a
Yes.
brief second you described, did you see, it's either yes or no, did you see Mr. Goldberg go to the boat that she eventually was on?
Yes.
Okay. Right away, or did time pass before you went to that boat?
Right away.
Okay. So, let me try to get this clear. Lady's dumped into the water the way you described, she gets on the boat, Goldberg's in the water, now Mr. Goldberg swims, or somehow gets to the boat?
Yes.
Okay, and what is he doing? Is he trying to hold on to the back of the boat?
He was trying to get on the boat, and that's when they pulled up the little pole with the hook on it.
All right, so he's in the back of the boat?
Yes.
Or yacht, you call it, right?
I wouldn't call it a yacht, no.
Pretty big boat.
Yes, it's a sizable boat.
Okay. And Did you see 5 people on that boat, by the way, or just 4?
I remember seeing two older couples.
Was just 4 people?
Yes.
All right, so he's in the water, he's in the back of the boat. Is there a swimming platform, would you call it, in the back of their boat?
There is.
All right. And did it look to you, from what you saw, that Mr. Goldberg was trying to get on the boat?
He swam up to the back of the boat, and before he could get close enough to put his hands and climb on, they had the poles out.
All right, so your testimony, he was not touching the boat at the time? Or maybe he was, you don't know?
I don't think he was able to get close enough to touch it.
Okay. And then so the lady's on the boat, right? The one we're talking about, who was in the water, you said what happened. He's now coming up to the boat at the time she's already on the boat, right? Correct? Is that the first time you saw the boat hook, as you described it? Is that the first time you saw it?
First time I saw the what?
The boat hook.
Yes.
The pole, metal pole. Okay. So she's clearly in the boat at the time this big pole comes out.
Yes.
Okay. The incident's already over.
Well, it wasn't over, he was still there, and they were.
Well, I mean the drowning, alleged drowning incident. That's done.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
That's done, right?
Yes.
All right. So he's coming up to their boat. Who do you see with the metal pole? Do you remember?
I don't. It was one of the men.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying or what they were doing with it?
They were keeping him from climbing up on the boat.
All right. So it was obvious. They were like pointing it out and get away.
Yes.
You couldn't hear the words, but
I did not hear the
common sense tells you that's what they were doing.
Correct.
They were trying to get them to scatter, to leave. Right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if he had a raft at that point or held on to anything?
No.
You don't know?
I don't believe he had anything.
Did you see any round floaties in the water by that back of that boat?
I did not.
And any time you never saw any floaties?
No.
No rafts, no noodles, or anything you want to hang on to while you're swimming? You didn't see anything like that? So obviously you didn't see a round floaty with a mesh type thing in the middle?
I did not.
Okay. And then after he swims away, everything seemed to be okay, right?
Yes.
And about 20 minutes later, he said your friends noticed he was coming back, right?
Correct.
And before he came back, did you see him get back on the boat that he originally jumped off of?
No.
Okay. You don't know where he went?
He did not get back on either one of those boats.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. So if he came back with a backpack, well, you don't know. You don't know if he had a backpack, right?
I don't.
Okay. So if the police found him with a backpack, you would not know where he got the backpack from, right?
No.
Okay. So for the 20 minutes he was approximately was gone, you have no idea where he went?
No, I don't.
Oh, could have got on somebody's boat?
Objection, asked and answered, and speculation.
But fair to say, he comes back, the same exact guy, he shows back
Objection,
up,
asked and
right?
answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes.
Not wearing a mask, he's not wearing any disguise, right?
No.
Okay. Did you see anyone in the water with the young lady beside my client?
No.
All right, so if you didn't see anyone in the water other than my client and her at that moment, it would be fair to say you didn't see a man in the water by that larger vessel grab the woman's hand and guide her up to the boat,
Objection, asked and
Right.
answered.
Overruled.
right?
He was not in the water.
Right. The person was on the boat when they guided her up, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have seen if somebody was in the water grabbing her hand to pull her up from out of the water, right?
I believe so, yes.
How far away are you from this boat at this point? Roughly.
15, 20 feet.
Okay. As far as you and I are?
Maybe a little further, maybe to the desk where you're sitting.
Okay. All right. Nothing blocking your view?
No.
You never flagged down the police, right?
Yes, we did.
You?
Yes,
You personally?
yes.
Okay. Was there anybody on the boat that, if you could tell, that the woman was on, that they flagged the police down?
Yes,
And that was only because my client came back after 20 minutes, right?
correct,
Oh. If you come back, you never would have done that, right?
correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Redirect examination?
No?
Thank you very much, sir. You can sit down. See your next witness, right?
Yes, can we approach?
Why don't we take, actually, why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Okay.
I have a matter from the morning docket that has come back up, so we're gonna address that real quick. Take a 5-minute stretch break and then come back up. Stood up out of force, but the jury.
I know. solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This one.
Watch the
I'll talk.
video.
Okay.
Make sure you speak directly in the microphone.
Okay.
And state whenever you and your witness are ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Caroline Schwitzky Lebron. It's spelled SCHWITZKY LEBRON.
Ms. Schwitzky, do you know someone by the name of Cole Goldberg?
Yes.
Do you see him in the room?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing for us?
Yes. He's wearing a nice gray suit.
May the record reflect that the victim is identified to the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
How do you know Mr. Goldberg?
We dated for 9 months.
Was this back in 2021, 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember when you started dating him?
The exact month? No.
How did you guys meet?
We met at the Hard Rock at a dare party. He was one of the promoters there, and he was very nice. He offered me a drink, and he was just a good host.
Okay, so he was a club promoter, you were at the club.
Yes.
Okay. And you guys started dating shortly after that?
Yes.
And when you started the relationship with Mr. Goldberg, did you already have children from a previous relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children did you have at that time?
At that time, I had 3.
And how old were you in 2022, if you can do the math for us?
Probably like 32, around there.
Okay. Were you dating Cole Goldberg on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you guys attend an event called Boca Bash on that day?
Yes.
Is that in Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Was this the first time that you had ever attended that event?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what the event would be?
A bunch of boats just gathering and having a good time, a little bit of networking. You would meet like the boat owners and things of that nature.
On that day, were you on probation for a case in Miami-Dade?
Yes.
Who did you go to the event with?
I went with Cole, and I think one of his friends was like Sebas, I think, and then it was his dad, and then like a bunch of young girls.
So Sebas' dad?
Yeah, he was there with us.
Okay, so it wasn't Cole's dad, it was Sebas' dad, Sebas, and then some girls.
Exactly.
Okay. Around what time do you think you arrived to Boca Bash?
Like around 11-ish, 12-ish. It was early. It could have been earlier, but I don't remember.
Were you still living in Miami at the time?
Yes.
Did you arrive out that day?
No.
Okay, so were you coming from the Palm Beach County area when you went to Boca Bash?
Yes.
Okay, and Boca Bash happened in Palm Beach County?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were you drinking that day?
Yes, I had a few drinks.
How many drinks do you estimate you had?
So I'm not a big drinker, so if I had to take a guess, it probably was like 3 to 5.
Was there any time in the day that you were drinking seltzers with Mr. Goldberg and kind of shotgunning them or doing anything like that?
Yeah, that was like a thing that his friends would do. They would shotgun seltzers.
Okay, so
I couldn't drink the whole one because it was a lot, but I would try and participate.
okay, so you were drinking intermittently throughout the whole day.
Right. They had told me, do not drink because you're under the sun. Like, be careful, be cautious. So I always had that in the back of my mind. So I didn't drink. I wasn't comfortable enough to drink, especially because we went from one boat to another boat. Nothing, our friends left us there, so we were now on a stranger's boat. So it wasn't the luxury of enjoying myself. It was more in the beginning I had a few drinks, and then toward then I kind of just was watching more.
Is it safe to say that majority of people at Boca Bash that you were around knew Cole but didn't know you? Or that you weren't like their friends, they were Cole's friends that maybe you had hung out with before?
Yeah, they were a few Cole's friends. I remember like a fight broke out, and that was like his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend.
Unresponsive.
And a lot of like, it was just a lot of people that knew him, and then they knew of me through Instagram, and and it was just, yeah, it was.
So you said it, so I'm gonna go there now. What is your occupation?
So I'm an entertainer. I've been in reality TV my whole life, TV shows, commercials, and then in 2013 I started a talent agency.
Okay, so safe to say you have kind of been doing this for, at this point, over 10 years when you are with Cole.
The entertainment?
Any kind of entertainment
Yeah.
industry?
Oh yeah.
Okay, does that include being in music videos?
Yes.
Does that include shaving your head for money?
Yes.
Does that include going on TV shows?
Well,
as you said?
technically that was like a hair campaign, but yes.
Okay, so that was kind of like a charity thing?
Yes.
Okay, but it was recorded and disseminated on the internet and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And going on Instagram and having the amounts of followers that you have, it's based off of kind of what your acting and your entertainment business is for?
Yes.
Okay. And you keep up with that to this day?
Yes.
How was Cole acting throughout that day?
So that morning he wasn't really happy with me. I had made a comment before we left, and I had said that this was like not going anywhere.
Objection, hearsay.
So his mood had changed. Oh, sorry. Do I continue?
You do, but wait until he answers and I'll let you know if you can answer.
Okay.
Okay? So he said overruled, you can't answer. Okay.
So he was already not the happiest with me. When we arrive and we're with Sebas and we're trying to have a good time, I got off the boat and like I went to another boat, because the whole thing was you get off the boat, you go to other boats, you meet people, you talk. So there was a boat parked next to us. I got off, I started playing football with one of the guys, and an argument kind of broke out. And he was like, I don't want you playing with him. And
Argument between you two?
yeah, and then it was just like little things, like the whole day was just not pleasant. We tried to make it pleasant, but he was irritated with me. I was a little frustrated, so that's how the day played out.
So, obviously it's normal for couples to argue, but did you feel as though you and Cole argued more than normal throughout your relationship?
I would have to say, like, we had a lot of good moments, but when we had the bad moments, they were bad. And it had a lot to do with alcohol. We were always surrounded by alcohol. When you work at the Hard Rock, that's just accessible to you, it's free to you. So our arguments would always be off jealousy and things like that. It wasn't like a healthy relationship. We would try to make it healthy. There was a lot of love there and care, but we just couldn't see eye to eye.
As far as the jealousy was concerned, was it jealousy both ways, or was one person more jealous than the other?
I would say Cole was very jealous. He didn't like, he didn't like older men talking to me, men in period, like his friends. And at the same time with me, I wouldn't say I'm a jealous person. I'm more of I demand respect. And what I mean by that is, if you're in a relationship with someone, you wouldn't be texting your ex-girlfriend. And he would have conversations with her. And I would say, I think that's very disrespectful. I don't appreciate that. And that's where the arguments would go.
Are you referring to Angela Rada?
I don't know her name. But
Okay. Was it Cole's high school girlfriend?
yeah.
Okay. And as far as you know, did he have more than one high school girlfriend, or was this the one?
No, he's had a few girlfriends.
Okay, was this like a long relationship he had?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was a girlfriend of, an ex of his, and we would constantly argue because she was always texting and calling and.
So safe to say, it kind of went both ways. Yours was a little bit more tailored to specific people that he was talking to. His was more tailored to you talking to men in general who were older than you. Is that like safe to say, or do you want to correct that?
No, I think it was more of a respect thing. Like if you're in a healthy relationship, you don't talk to your exes. I wasn't here sitting talking to my exes.
Okay.
I did have an ex-husband, but our conversations are very limited and they're not asking like how you've been, and I don't, we don't go there.
Okay, so then with his jealousy, it was, you said older men. Was that the common fight between, or the argument between you two?
Yeah, just men in general. Men in general.
common fights?
You're
Men in general.
If I may, the opening statement was extremely meticulous as to jealousy and arguing and towards the victim, so I'm trying to flesh out some
I
things.
think you've fleshed out quite a bit.
Okay,
Sustain the objection.
okay. Is Cole younger than you?
Yes.
How many years was he younger than you, if you know?
Well, the first 4 months of the relationship, I didn't know. He had lied about his age. I found out when we were trying to rent a car and he wasn't legal. He wasn't 25. So that's when I found out.
Okay, so was there kind of an insecurity there?
Yeah, I
Speculation?
don't like the fact that he lied.
Hold on. You can answer.
I don't like the fact that he lied about his age. His family was lying about it too. They were fully aware. And I would go around the family and they wouldn't be honest and tell me, oh, by the way, do you know my son is, I don't know, however old he was. And then when I found out about it, I was very upset. I tried to break up with him in the car that we rented. And I was like, I don't want to do this. You're young. You have your life. I'm looking for something more just stable. I had children. I needed a father, a manly figure. And it was an emotional car ride. And I just remember saying, okay, let's just try. Let's see if we can make this work.
So that was around month 4. You say you'll try. Fast forward, we're at 9 months.
Yeah.
Okay. So that day, when you're actually out at Boca Bash, specifically, are there any arguments between you and Cole?
Yeah, well, the first argument started with the whole football player, me playing with the guy, football.
Okay. Was there another?
And then another argument occurred when he threw the seltzer at me, on my face. I got very upset in front of everyone. I just yelled at him. And at that point, he was not there. He was laughing at me. You could tell that he didn't recognize what he had just done. I don't think he did it on purpose. I don't think he threw a seltzer at me. He was throwing a bunch of seltzer in the area that I was in.
Okay, so
But it did hit me, and
So
I
you
got
guys
very
argued
upset.
about
So that was another argument.
okay. Was there another argument that took place?
Yeah, so from there, I just wanted to distance myself, so I went, I guess, back to the original boat, not Sebas, but some other person's boat that I believe was his friend. And there is when he tried to talk to me and apologize, and at that point I was very frustrated and I just wanted to leave. I did not want to be there anymore.
Okay, so when you're having that discussion on Sebas' boat, are Sebas and his group of people looking to leave?
So Sebas had already left for the day. This is another person's boat.
Okay, so this wasn't the boat that you guys were originally on.
Exactly.
Is this captained by Captain Doobie, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It was a white friend of his.
Okay, so you're on this boat and you decide at this point that you want to leave.
Yes.
You want to leave the party?
Yeah, I just want to leave in general. I didn't feel happy. It was a lot of anxiety. It was just not a good feeling. It was horrible. And
Did Cole want to leave?
no, Cole just kept trying to talk to me and kept trying to say I'm sorry, and I wasn't trying to hear it. So it was just a game of when a cat's chasing a mouse. So we were on the boat, going to the front, the back, the front, the back. He kept following me. He wasn't understanding that I just wanted to be left alone and was not happy. And then that's like when things just got worse.
Okay, so were you making yourself clear though that you didn't want to be with him?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so how did it get worse?
So what I remember is being on the back of the boat, and he had like put me on like a hold. He was holding me on.
Okay, so you're gesturing in front of you.
Yeah.
You have your arms out, kind of like a hug.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it from the front or from behind that he held you?
He was from behind, and we had we went down, so now our butts are on the floor of the boat.
Okay.
And then he wasn't trying to let go. He wasn't trying to let go. At one point, he like bit me, and he like dug his nails in me. And at this point, I felt violated, so I started screaming to get off me. I think I was like cursing a lot. I wasn't happy. And I kept telling him, get off, and he just didn't want to let go of me. And then at one point, I just wiggle out of his hands, so I'm able to break free, and then I get shoved in the water. So that's how I end up in the water.
Okay. Was there music playing on this boat?
If you remember.
Okay. Do you remember Boca Bash being loud?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to say, do you know if anybody heard you screaming?
Yeah, I think they started filming. Oh, sorry.
She can answer if she knows.
Everyone watched the show, all his buddies, not one person intervened. I believe like one girl was like, hey, stop, but the guy of the boat that, I don't know if he owns it or whatever, he did not intervene at all to help his friend. Like, no one tried to stop what was happening. And everybody, I think someone even took out a phone and started filming it. So
Did you know these people on this boat?
No.
Okay. So if you saw them filming, were you able to provide anybody any names for who might have been filming?
If you showed me a photo of the
Okay.
people on the boat, maybe.
But you would need that. You would need the photo of that person to tell us.
Yeah, it's been
who
a
is
few
it.
years, so my brain is kind of.
Okay, so did you physically try to get away from Cole when he was holding you on the floor?
Yes,
Okay. How were you doing that?
I just wiggled out of his arms.
Okay. And so then you're pushed in the water.
Yes, shoved.
Okay. Prior to being pushed in, had you told him anything specifically?
And from what I remember, I think I told him things like, it's over. I was insulting him. I was just very angry with him. So I don't think I said anything pleasant, to be honest.
Okay, so you broke up with him.
Yeah.
How long do you think you had been at Boca Bash at this point?
Probably like 5 to 6 hours. I don't know. It could have been less. It could have been more.
Okay. What were you wearing?
Swimwear, red swimwear.
Showing you what's been moved into evidence. States 2, A,
Oh, orange.
and B.
Yeah.
Orange, red.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this what you were wearing?
Yes.
When you're taken into the water, do you have anything with you?
No, all my belongings were on the boat, and one of his friends was there, and I remember saying, like, give me my things, and he was like, no, come back, and I was just, like, screaming at the friend too, give me my things, and the guy didn't want to give it to me, so at that point I just started swimming.
Okay. Did you have your phone?
I think it got wet, yeah, at some point.
Did you have it with you?
The day of Boca Bash, yes.
Did you have it when you were on the boat that you later entered into?
Yeah, I think that eventually, like, the bag, whatever my phone was in, was thrown in the water when I asked for it. So I grabbed the bag and started swimming.
Okay. Did the phone get wet?
Yes.
Was it operable when you finally
No.
got onto another boat?
No.
Okay, so if you're holding it in the investigation later, were you able to use it?
No, it was completely broken.
Okay. Did the other people on the boat, we'll get there, but did the other people on that boat try to arrange an Uber for you? As they were
In
checking
that
the
Paris
Paris?
boat?
Yes. Afterwards, when everything was done, were they trying to get you an Uber?
I think everybody was just trying to help. I don't remember who was trying to call an Uber.
Was that because you couldn't call an Uber yourself, or was it for another reason?
I think I mentioned my phone was broken.
Okay. So you're in the water, you have your phone. After you ask for your things, you do get it. And what happens then?
So I started swimming, and initially my goal was to just swim where I saw land, and the only thing I could see was straight ahead. So as I was swimming that direction, it was a bit rough for me. So that's when I ended up in the floaty. I think it was Matt or someone that was on his boat or his wife, but I ended up holding onto the floaty.
Okay, so you approach a boat.
Yes.
Okay, permission to approach. Okay, do you recognize this picture? Or what's in the picture?
I don't. Is that Matt Paris's boat?
If you don't recognize it,
It could be.
okay, do you see yourself in that picture?
Oh, yes, I see. I think that's Cole holding on. Is that him when yeah, that's the boat.
So, are you able to identify yourself in it?
Yes.
Do you remember being on that boat that day?
Yeah, after the gentleman saved me, yeah.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of what that boat looked like in the water on April 24th,
I
2022?
believe so, yes.
Okay. State would move state 7 into evidence as state 7.
I'll receive it in evidence without objection, states to number 7.
There's a Sharpie. If you could mark where you were when you first made contact with that boat
Okay,
and put a C.
okay. Okay, right here.
And then can you also put an M where you saw Matt Paris, if you remember? When
the
you saw him.
beginning or
Yeah, when
the-
you first saw him.
Yeah, he was right next to me.
Okay. And was there anybody else in the water when you first swam up there?
Maybe his wife, I don't remember.
Okay. Was anybody else on that boat?
Yes, I think there was like 2 additional couples.
Okay, and they were on the boat.
I think so.
Okay. State would publish state 7. So you swim up to this boat, and what happens?
So if I remember correctly, I had like lost some, I was having difficulties breathing. So I believe I just kind of like hung on the floaty and said, do you mind if I just take a few seconds?
Okay,
Something of that nature.
so is it Matt Paris that's in the water?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and he has a floaty?
Yes, he has a floaty, and then I'm pretty sure his wife said, oh, let me get you one, and then that's how I ended up on my own floaty.
Okay, so someone throws you a floaty after you kind of latch onto his.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're holding on to this floaty, you ask them if you could just stay there for a second.
Yes.
How long would you estimate you were there, speaking to them before something else happened?
Probably, it was a few minutes, it was not long. It was very quickly.
And at that point, when you were near that boat, were there other boats around that boat? If you remember?
I don't know.
Okay, you were really paying attention, or you?
To my surroundings, no.
Okay, so you stopped in front of this boat.
Exactly.
All right, what happens then?
So the couple was asking me how I was enjoying Boca Bash, and I was.
Without getting into specifics about what you said or what they said.
Okay, so after our little chit chat that took place a few minutes, I just remember being dragged in the water. Initially, I thought it was like a shark or something. I thought it was an aggressive animal. The last thing on my mind was thinking it was Cole. But then when I was under the water and I looked in front of me is when I saw Cole's body, his shorts, and
So did he come up from in front of you?
no, from what I remember, I like got dragged in from the back, like it was one of those, because the floaty came from up front on top, and then,
Do you remember where you were grabbed?
yes, I remember in the water, he had his hands on my neck. That's what I remember.
Okay.
And I kept trying to like get his hands off me. I kept trying to kick him, but he wasn't being like responsive. He just kept jolting my neck back and forth.
How long would you estimate you were under the water?
You know, I don't know. I've been asked that question. It feels like a lifetime. I'm not sure, but for sure, it had to be like a few minutes, at least over 30 seconds. I don't know. At the end of the day, the gentleman jumped in the water, so I don't think it was minutes, right? Because he saw something, he jumped in, right? He saw something was wrong. But I can't sit here and say it was 47 seconds. I wasn't counting the seconds.
So it felt like a long time to you, but you can't tell us how long.
Yeah, it felt like a very, very long time, and he wasn't letting go, and
Okay, so, just to break that down for a minute, could you breathe under the water? Had you held your breath, kind of taken a big breath and held it prior to being put in the water?
probably.
Okay, so how, were you having a hard time breathing and holding your breath and having enough breath?
I don't remember.
Let me ask it to you like this. Have you ever been a little kid in a pool? Were you ever small and playing in the pool? Okay, did you ever play a game where you would hold your breath and see how long you could hold it?
I don't think I was playing the game here, holding my breath. I think I was trying to survive, and I don't know what that looks like.
Right, so I'm asking you a question though. Did you ever do that? When you were small?
Probably, yes.
Okay. How was it different this time from that? Did you have enough air to breathe? Did you save up enough air to go underwater for a long time when Mr. Goldberg put his hands on your neck and put you underwater?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't recall. I don't know if I did take a gasp of air. I didn't see it coming. So I'm pretty sure when I was under, I was freaking out because I could not breathe. And it was a very like scary moment.
So under the water, at any point, did you realize you don't have enough air?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna die.
Did you give him permission to touch you when he put you under the water?
No.
How, you indicated somebody jumped in. Was that in addition to the person that was already in the water with you?
Matt Paris?
Yes.
Yeah, Matt Paris jumped in and dragged me out the water.
Okay. When you kind of resurfaced, what happened?
When I resurfaced, I think everybody was a bit scared, like they didn't know what was happening. And I tried my best to act like nothing happened, everything's fine.
Do you remember anybody saying anything to the defendant?
Yeah, I remember they were very angry with him. They didn't want him to come near us. He kept trying to call me. I felt really bad because he was at the point of like no return. And I'm not trying to leave anyone in that type of situation. That was never our goal. We were meant to have a good day, and it just turned out to be a nightmare. So I remember at one point I tried to like calm him down, told him everything was gonna be okay.
Okay, before we get there, was there any point where he he said anything other than your name? When you're in the water, you've just resurfaced, everyone you said is mad, yelling. Does he say anything other than your name?
Yeah, he was trying to talk to me, when he was like hanging on that side piece of the boat. He was
Is that-
crying, he was just so like, you know, hurt and.
Okay, so after you resurface, where do you go?
I think I went inside the boat, they were trying to make sure I was fine, and then at one point I saw Cole calling me. and-
Okay. Do we want to stop?
Seems like a natural stop place. So
Okay.
what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take a recess. We'll be back at 1:20. Ma'am, you're on the witness stand, so you can't discuss your testimony with any of the prosecutors or anyone else, okay? All right, so we're gonna break for now for recess, and we'll be back at 1:20. See whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Schwitzky. Good afternoon. So before we get into a few things, I have some things I want to go back to. Specifically, I want to go back to when we were talking about Mr. Goldberg's ex-girlfriend. Was there an interaction with a new boyfriend or somebody that was kind of like related to around his ex-girlfriend on Boca Bash at that day?
Yes, I think her ex-boyfriend or boyfriend at the time.
Okay, and you indicated that either you don't know or you couldn't recall what her name was.
Right.
Okay, would looking at your deposition that you gave in this case refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I guess it is Angela, yes.
Oh, Angela, okay. So
Right,
you-
is it Angela?
Well, I'm asking if reading your deposition would refresh your memory.
Oh, it probably would. I know something with an A.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
And referring you to page 81, line 14 to 22. Just let me know when you're done, don't read it out loud.
Okay, yeah, it says Angela.
Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay, so Angela is the girl that you guys had some issues about pertaining to respect, him being in the relationship with you, still speaking to Angela. Is
Right.
it that same ex?
Yeah.
Okay. And then as far as the seltzers and Mr. Goldberg throwing a seltzer at you, do you recall if it was one seltzer?
I believe he threw like 5, 6.
Okay. And you indicated you weren't even sure if he knew what he was doing.
That's true.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
In regards to the seltzer?
For this case in general?
Yes.
Okay. And you were sworn in on that day?
Right.
Okay. And that was in June of 2023, so a little over a year after the incident. Would you say your memory about this incident is better today, or if it was better in June of 2023?
I don't know, ma'am. I think my memory was better the day of.
Judge,
but-
objection, improper impeachment, impeaching on witness.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if my memory is better now than before.
Okay. So when you were under oath at your deposition, do you remember giving an answer as to the seltzer conversation and whether it was intentional?
I don't remember what exact words I used, but I know that it was mentioned. It's always been mentioned. I've always mentioned it from the beginning.
Okay, so is there, if reading your deposition, will that refresh your recollection about kind of what the intent was of Mr. Goldberg throwing the seltzers, if you look at your deposition that you gave in June of 2023?
I don't think the story would change. It's what happened. We were on one of the owner's boats, and I was on a trampoline. I was on a water toy with a bunch of girls, and he started throwing the seltzers. And the first one, the second one, it was funny, haha, everything was fine. Once one hit my face is when I got irritated and upset and angry with him. But that's what happened.
Okay, so do you remember indicating or being asked whether it was malicious of him to throw the cans?
Right. I don't think anything that day. At the end, how I feel is, I think he was just not
I'm going to object to
himself.
speculation.
Okay.
She's answering your question. Overruled.
Well, non-responsive.
You can answer next question.
Okay. I want you to testify to what happened that day, not what you think now. I want you to testify to what he did that day.
Okay.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
So on that day, when he was throwing cans at you,
Right.
do you believe he intended to hit you with a can?
I can't speak about what his intentions were. All I can say was that I was in danger. I didn't feel safe. I think that, like I mentioned, the first couple cans, it was fun. Everybody was having a good time. But once it hit me, that's when I felt like everything got violated.
Okay, so your testimony today is that he threw around 5 cans.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
Okay, and that you were able to catch some of them.
Right, I was trying to catch them, yes. We were on a floaty and he was throwing and I tried to catch them.
And that at some point one struck you.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you consent to having a can thrown at you?
No, that was never spoken or agreed about.
Did you ask him to throw you a can?
No.
Okay. So were any of the cans 1 to 5 wanted by you?
No.
Okay. So back to where we were on your direct. We were at the point where you were pulled onto the boat. And at that point, you're inside this boat. Do you see what Mr. Goldberg does?
When I'm inside Matt Paris's boat?
Yes.
No, I don't recall the interaction with what happened or how the screaming started. I think he was like asking for help, and at one point I tried to help, and then the people in the boat got very angry, and then it kind of just was left there.
When you're pulled on the boat, is anybody like on the boat helping you?
Yeah, they were all helping.
Did they give you a towel,
I think so.
bottle of water,
I think so.
orange juice?
I think so.
How were you feeling in that moment?
I felt betrayed. I felt angry. I didn't feel safe.
Did you feel scared?
I felt scared, yeah.
Did you cry?
Yes, I cried that day.
And after this event specifically, did you cry?
Yeah, sometimes when I think about what happened and you know, what we experienced, it's emotional. I think anybody would feel that way. It's not a nice feeling, but you know, mistakes were made and here we are now.
Okay, so when you got pulled on the boat, safe to say you cried at some point.
Yes,
Okay. Were you shaking?
probably.
And at that point, did you ever come into contact with police?
Yeah, I came into contact with them, I believe, like after they had come into contact with Cole. They wanted to ask questions and they came on the boat. I think that's, you know, and then they started asking questions and.
Was that around the same time that you were comforting Cole?
I think so, yeah. All I remember is just like being bent over and saying, everything's gonna be fine, relax, everything's fine. And I just remember like the police like coming near us and getting him on the boat. And then I believe like 1 or 2 entered the other boat, and that's when they started like talking to me and asking what happened.
Okay, so before we get into kind of what happens with the police, I'm gonna ask you, after what he did to you, why would you go and comfort or speak to Mr. Goldberg?
I think I did that because at the end, like, I knew he wasn't like a bad person. He just lost it, you know? And I felt terrible. I don't understand why he had to come after me. Why couldn't you just stay there? None of this would have occurred. So I, as a mother, I have children. I felt, you know, I felt that this was a sad situation. So I don't like to see anybody, you know, crying or in pain, or so no matter what it is I went through at that moment, you know, the care I had for him was stronger than the fear. And I started just like telling him everything's gonna be fine, you know, because I saw that he was panicking, and I can't, like, I'm not just gonna, you know, I don't know. That was my instinct, that's what I went to do.
Okay, so when you're doing that, you're comforting him, did you want to go back with him?
No, that was never, like, on my mind, like, oh, I hope we can fix this.
For that day even? Did you want to leave with him that day after what had happened?
No.
Were you scared of him?
I was disappointed at that moment. I was scared. Being under the water, I had never experienced something like that, so it was a very scary experience. But what I felt like what I wanted more was an apology. I wanted him to, like, recognize what he did. I wanted his family to know what had happened, and for them to, like, help him, not necessarily brush it under the rug. Like, let's get help, let's get better, and that wasn't what I got.
So you believe that his actions were as a result of anger?
And alcohol, yes.
So at the point that the police arrive, do they try to talk to you and figure out what happened?
Yeah, they did. They did.
Were you responsive?
I didn't want to say much. I didn't want to, you know, at the end, this was a relationship that I had for months, and we had a lot of, like, care for one another, so it wasn't like I was trying to destroy him and, oh, go arrest him, officers, and because he just did this. That was not my demeanor at all. I was trying to act like everything was fine, nothing happened, let's all go home. I didn't want this to escalate to something bigger.
Had Cole been crying when he was at the edge of the boat?
Yes.
When you were waiting and speaking to the people on the boat, did you express kind of your conflict and your emotions to them?
I was kind of quiet for a huge period because I was just trying to process everything, so I wasn't like my jittery self. But I do recall that one of the guys on the boat got upset with me and said, "You should say something. This is not okay what you just went through."
Objection, hearsay.
So when that was mentioned,
You can keep going.
when that was mentioned, I think that's when I felt like I had the courage to start talking and saying what was happening.
But did you give a statement to police that day saying Cole Goldberg did this to me?
I think I did at the end, yeah.
And was that recorded on body worn?
I don't know. I don't know if they had it on.
Okay, when you were on the boat with the tariff checks and the Paris's and the police are there, did you tell the police what was happening, or did you just want to get back to shore?
I don't think it was at that time I spoke to the lady. I think it was more when they were taking me with them and we started talking about domestic violence, and then that's when that conversation started naturally. It wasn't something forced.
Okay, so talking about that, were you arrested on the 24th?
I was.
Okay, and was that for that VOP? Or for violation of probation that we were discussing? You were on probation in Miami?
Yeah, but I had not violated it. I had seen my parole officer that Friday, so it was a very weird situation to be put in.
Okay, and as far as your involvement in this case and your involvement with your case in Miami, did you ever promise to Miami that you would be a cooperative victim and you wouldn't get any charges or you would get things taken off? Were you given any benefits for being a victim here?
I don't think so.
Okay. And so whatever happened with your VOP happened of its own accord. Is that correct?
I think so, I'm not sure.
Okay, but you never signed a paper saying, I'm a victim of domestic violence, please, and then they said, well, she's a victim, we're gonna drop this case.
No, I signed a few papers. I don't think it was that.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. But it would be a written document that would be in the court system.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Speaking of court systems, did you file an injunction in this case kind of after everything happened?
I haven't filed anything.
Was there a civil restraining order that was filed by an attorney that represented you at the time?
Right. I've had a few attorneys, so I don't know what their their strategy was, but there's a bunch of documents that were filed on my
Okay.
behalf.
And is there, or was there a civil suit pending against Cole Goldberg after this?
I think there was a restraining order. In the beginning, I was kind of like, I'm afraid, oh, what if they come after me, things like that. But then eventually it either dropped or it got dismissed. I'm not too sure.
Okay. You didn't attend the hearing, did you? For an injunction, do you remember doing that?
I wasn't, so if we're speaking about my first attorney, Jose Baez, I'm not sure if that's the one that filed that form, but he was fired after me missing an important date. So that's how I went to the second attorney.
Okay. And with the second attorney, you guys have filed a civil lawsuit suing Cole Goldberg for damages?
Well, Jason is no longer representing me because he was threatening me about, not taking the deal or whatever. So he's not in the picture anymore. But it's been a long time. My goal from the civil lawsuit was definitely for Boca Bash to be held responsible. I think it's very alarming that you have people drinking in the water. There's no, okay.
Okay. So was there or is there a pending lawsuit against Cole Goldberg?
I'm not sure what's been filed or what has remained filed. I'm not.
Did you agree to file at some point?
Oh,
Was
yes,
there an open
yes.
case? Okay. So you're not sure of the status today because of the
Exactly.
change in attorneys,
Yes,
but at some point there has been?
yes.
Okay. Did you testify in the regard of the investigation for the police? Did you give a statement thinking about your probation case that you were on?
I think I had to mention it to them.
Okay, but did you think like, I have to say something or I'm gonna get in trouble with my probation?
No, because remember, I had seen my parole officer that Friday, so I thought I was fine. I didn't know that that was an issue.
When the officers began to ask you questions while you were on the boat, did you ever get emotional?
Probably.
Do you remember if the defendant was calling out to you at any point while you were speaking to officers?
I think he was.
Now, we sort of talked about your career, and safe to say that you were in that career when you were dating Cole.
Yes.
Did Cole have a problem with your entertainment business?
I don't think so. I wasn't doing anything crazy.
Did he have a problem with you being a reality TV star?
I don't think so. I don't recall him commenting about it.
Did he like it?
I don't know.
Okay. One moment to confer, Judge.
Sure.
Right, the state will pass the witness.
Question?
Thank you.
Judge, may I get that other podium? and-
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You just testified here on direct examination that, quote unquote, the whole day was not pleasant. Is that correct?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
But isn't it true that you were the one that insisted on remaining at Boca Bash after the Espinosas left, you and Cole behind?
I think it was a choice that we both decided on.
Not you?
I don't remember, but
Isn't it true that you specifically told Cole, I want to stay, I want to stay? You were having fun, this was the first time that you'd ever been at Boca Bash?
yeah, it could have been done. I asked him, oh, let's stay, and then he said, okay, sure, let's do it.
Right, so it was your decision to stay, was it not?
Probably yes.
Okay. So even though you were, the whole day was not pleasant, right? That's your testimony. You had an opportunity to leave, go back with the Espinosas, and you decided that you were going to stay. Is that true?
Yes,
And you decided to stay even though there was this incident, argument with the football incident, and then the seltzer incident, and all these horrible things were happening, but you decided to stay back with this man who had been abusing you and jealous all day long, right?
no. The seltzer incident, when it got really bad was after the boat had left.
All right. But you testified that the whole day was not pleasant. That was your testimony on direct examination. You remember that?
Exactly. I said that we started the morning on a rough foot, because that's the truth.
Right. But, all right, we'll go on from that, okay? You also testified that Cole lied about his age. Do you remember telling the swore as that?
Yes.
You knew that Cole had just graduated FSU, right? Florida State University. You knew he just graduated college.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew that he was going to law school, right?
Okay.
Well, you did. You knew that, right?
Yes,
You told the people on the boat that, did you not?
probably.
You also told law enforcement that. You remember that?
Probably.
You were telling everybody there that he was a nice guy, he's going to law school, he's a good guy. You remember that?
I haven't changed. He is a nice guy. He just made a mistake,
Okay.
right?
So you knew his age. You graduated college around 21, 22.
Yeah, but he lied. That's not the point.
You knew. He did not lie.
He did lie.
Why would he tell you he's a different age?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him? I can't respond for him, but he lied.
He never lied about his age. You know that that's...
How would you know?
Charge your arguments.
Sustained.
You also testified on direct examination that when you were on the back of a boat, that when you were thrown into the water, remember that?
Right,
Okay, you were thrown in by Cole, right?
right.
So what did he do? Did he pick you up and throw you into the boat by your stomach, or what did he do?
I think he shoved me.
Okay, but you definitely did not go into the water willingly and on your own accord, right?
I don't think so.
Well, you don't think so? Were you not sure? On direct, you said he threw you in the water. Which is it?
He shoved me.
Okay, so he shoved you into the water against your will, right?
Yes.
And you testified that at some point after he threw you in the water, that somebody threw your bag in. Remember that?
Right, yes.
Okay, so after you got thrown in the water, somebody just throws your belongings, your bag into the water, right?
Right.
And who threw the bag in the water?
I don't remember.
What kind of bag was it?
I don't remember. I just know my phone was in it.
And when he threw you in the water, nobody jumped in after you to help you, right?
No.
Okay, so
They were trying to get me back on the boat. The guy kept saying, come back in.
What guy?
The guy that was next to him when this happened.
Who?
I don't know his name.
Was it the guy who threw the bag in the water?
Yes, probably.
Probably, or it was?
Probably.
Okay, so you're not really sure.
No, it's been almost 4 years. I'm trying to remember, but I do know someone threw the bag, so it it must have been Cole or it must have been that guy that said, no, Carolyn, come back in, and
Oh.
was refusing to.
Okay, so now it's possible it was Cole that was telling you to come back,
No,
Carolyn?
his friend was the one encouraging me to come back.
Okay, which one of his friends?
He had like dark hair.
Do you remember what he was wearing? What kind of bathing suit?
No, it's been almost 4 years. I don't remember those small minor details.
Remember if it was Sabaz? The person you call him Sabaz?
Sebas?
Yeah,
Sebas
Sabaz.
had left already. We
Okay.
were on another boat.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Who do you think this friend was?
I don't know. This was at the end of the event. This is when I swam away. So this was the last boat we were on.
Right, do you not remember?
It's one of his friends, yes.
Do you remember-
It
do
was
you
a white
remember-
boy. I don't know his name. but
Do you
it's-
are you having trouble remembering because your memory was impaired due to alcohol?
No.
Okay, because you just made a point of saying it was at the end of the day, and I'm wondering why that would affect your ability to recall who this person was. Did it have anything to do with alcohol?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained, it has been asked and answered.
So, the bag goes into the water, right?
Yes.
And it had your phone in it,
Yes.
and then you swam with the bag until you reached Matt Paris's and Alex's boat?
I don't remember. I think I stayed with my phone.
So how did your phone get out of the bag while you were swimming?
While I was swimming, I'm pretty sure it was a bag of clothes.
Okay, so as you're swimming,
Mhm.
right, and the water was a bit rough, you testified on direct examination, right?
Right.
And you were struggling a bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then while you're struggling and swimming in rough water, you decide for some reason you're gonna take your cell phone out of your bag, right?
Right. So before I started swimming, right then and there, I stayed with my phone. I think that was like the only asset I had that was important at that moment. So I stayed with the phone and I started swimming.
Okay, so somebody just threw you overboard, and right
Yeah,
before,
so-
let me finish my question.
Sorry.
Someone had just thrown you overboard a boat, and moments earlier, you had been sexually molested, and he was trying to hurt you, right? There was an argument, and your bag gets thrown in the water, and then your testimony is that you decide while you're swimming in rough water, you're gonna open your bag and take out your phone because that's the only asset you have?
Yes, because I wanted my phone so that I could get home, because I didn't want to go back home with him.
So why couldn't you have your phone in your bag? Why did you have to take it out of the bag while you're swimming in these rough waters to escape your abuser?
Well, when I say rough waters, the waters were actually really calm. It wasn't rough waters, it was the length of where we were from that boat, and I swam over there. That is what I meant by how it was a difficult time.
So when you took the phone out of the bag, you had the bag still with you when you got to the Paris boat, right?
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
So it's possible your bag was just left in the water there with the
Yeah,
clothes
could be.
floating? Okay. And what happened? Do you remember, did it like spill out, or what happened with your bag and all your clothes?
I don't recall, I just started swimming away from the boat, so
Okay, and nobody ever retrieved your bag or gave it back to you after this incident had occurred?
I don't think so.
But it's possible?
I'm not sure.
Objection asked and answered.
So you can answer that. Is it possible somebody gave you your bag back with the clothes?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember that?
No, I think they threw it in the water when I asked for it.
Right, but after you took your phone out while you're swimming in these waters to get away from Cole, did anyone ever then subsequently retrieve your bag and your belongings and give it back to you later that day, or any other point?
I don't recall.
Today you testified on direct examination that I got dragged from the back. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point I thought I heard you say that Cole came from the front and dragged you from the front. Did I misunderstand that, or did you say first the front and then later the back?
So, from what I remember, I was on the floaty and so it's a circle, tubular float, and I'm laying chest down, and he didn't come from the side, he came from the back, that's what I recall. And then, I remember sliding into the water feet first, like, that's how I got in the water.
So now you slid into the water?
Dragged.
You were dragged in the water?
Right.
And was he behind you or in front of you when you got dragged into the water?
At that point, he was in front of me, because I could see him under the water.
Okay, and so he's underneath you, in the front of you, right? And he's dragging you under the water.
No, he's not underneath me.
Okay.
He's across me.
Okay. I thought at some point on direct examination you said that he came up from behind you.
Right.
You thought it was a shark.
Right.
And then he flipped over you, and then you later were kicking him. Is that what you said?
What I said was, I did think it was like a shark, because it was strange how I had just gone in the water. And then when I looked up to see, because I couldn't get back on top of the water, because something was holding me down. And that's when I noticed that his hands were on my neck, and he was right in front of me when that happened.
All right, I'm gonna take you through that slowly. So when he stood up behind you, did he immediately flip over you after you thought he was a shark? And then strangle you? Or did he strangle you before he flipped over like a shark?
I don't think he flipped. I don't know how he got in the water. All I remember is that when he brought me into the water, when I'm underneath, I can see his body directly in front of me, because his arms were extended, and he kept in this rage movement going back and forth. So that was the interaction underneath the water. I don't know how he ended up in the water.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out when he flipped over you. Did he flip over you before he strangled you or after he strangled you?
Like I said, I was on the floaty. He drags me into the water, and then from that point, I was under the water, my head completely submerged, and I just see his arms and his legs and his body. I don't know how he got in the water.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out when the flip occurred. You said earlier on direct examination he jumped or he flipped over you. That was your testimony. So when did he actually literally flip or jump over your body? At what point did that happen?
I think I used the wrong word. I don't think he was doing acrobatics there. I think it was more like in a rage, he dragged me to get me, and then from there, it was easy for him to position him in front of me with his arms. He already had a hold of me.
Okay, well, with all due respect, you would agree that this is a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
Right? And words are very important, right?
Yes.
And the words that you use here, to his honor, are critical, right?
Yes, I've been doing my very best to tell my truth and what I've experienced, and I'm trying my hardest. It's been almost 4 years.
I understand.
Okay.
This is the first I'm hearing about shark-like activity and flipping and jumping over you. So this is a really important issue.
Okay.
And you're not telling me at what point he flipped over you or jumped over you.
I don't think flip was the word. I think it was more like he aggressively grabbed me down into the water, and then he maneuvered himself in front of me so that we were positioned like this, like two boxers. That's how we were positioned under the water.
Okay. And you testified that he had his hands on your neck. You said on direct examination, in the water, Cole had his hands on my neck. You remember that?
Yes.
Was that under the water or was that above the water?
Under.
So both you and Cole were underneath the water when he had his hands around your neck?
Yes, but his head was on top.
Okay, well, you can't be on top of the water and be under the water at the same time. My question to you was, were both you and Cole underneath the water, when he took his hands and choked you?
No, his head was on top of the water, because I remember all I could see was his neck and down and his two arms. That was the first thing you would see under the water.
And he had both hands and he was choking you?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that he was jolting your neck back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was doing this in front of many people, right?
In front of the boat we were, yes.
Right. jolting your head back and forth, sort of like a rag doll, right?
Yes.
How many times did he jolt your head back and forth like a rag doll?
I don't remember, but it was a long time. I felt like I was there for a while.
Like several minutes?
I don't think it was several minutes.
How long would you estimate?
I don't know.
Can you tell the court how many times he had your neck jolting back and forth like a rag doll? How many times did he do that roughly?
Well, it was a while because I remember I tried kicking him at first and he wasn't letting go. And then I tried to dig my fingers in his hands to let go, and none of that was happening. And the only reason why everything stopped was because the gentleman intervened.
Okay.
It wasn't like he let go of his own or he came to his senses.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment. So your testimony is that you took your nails and you tried to get his hands off your neck. You just testified to that, right?
Yeah, I was trying to have him let go of my neck, yes.
All right. And you were doing that in order to save your life, right? To get him off of you.
Yes.
Okay? And of course, when you did that, you had to drop your cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And dropped into the water, of course, because that's where you were, right?
Right.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that Matt Paris was the one that, quote, jumped in and dragged me out of the water. You remember telling Ms. Suarez that?
Right, yes.
Okay. And Matt Suarez was not well, who was the gentleman on the raft in the water when you first came up to to Alex's boat?
I think that was Matt. I'm not sure.
Okay, so there was a gentleman in the water when you first got up to the boat, right?
The floaty, yes.
Okay, and now it's your testimony that Matt was on the boat and jumped in and dragged you out of the water?
Yeah, somebody in the boat did. I'm pretty sure it was Matt Paris because I've been hearing that he was like the savior here.
So you just testified that Matt was the one in the water when you first came upon the boat. He was the one in the floaty, and now you're testifying that Matt jumped into the water and took you out of the water.
Yeah, he didn't. I think he was out or back on his boat already. I was under the water, like 20, 30, 40 seconds. I don't know. But at that point, that's when I feel someone grab me back into like the boat area.
Okay, so you would agree that if what you're saying is accurate, that Matt was in the water at one point, and now he's back in the boat, and then he jumps in to grab you and drag you out to save you.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe so, yeah.
So he must have, in order for that to occur, he would have had to have been in the boat, left you there, got back on the boat, and then decide to jump back in the water to save you, right? That would be the only thing that would make sense.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
You also testified that you're not a big drinker, right?
Very true.
But you testified that you had between 3 and 5 drinks that day, is that correct?
Yes, but I'm not full drinks. I'll babysit drinks. That's what everyone knows me as.
Okay. Now you testified also that there was some testimony about Cole being jealous. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that he didn't like you speaking to older men, right?
Men in general, yes.
And that you were not jealous, correct?
No, I'm if you respect me and you respect the relationship, there's no issues.
Okay.
Mhm.
In fact, you said that you demand respect, right?
Right.
And you're not the jealous type.
No.
Isn't it true that you and Cole were at Rocco Tacos in Boca Raton in March of 2022?
Objection,
Okay.
relevance.
State open the door.
I have to hit the question first.
That you were at Rocco Tacos in Boca Raton about a month before this incident occurred, and you saw Angela Rada, Cole's ex-girlfriend. She was at a table with 6 friends, and when you went up to the table and started screaming and yelling at Angela about texting Cole, and you were extremely jealous. Do you remember that incident?
Same objection.
What is the relevance to this?
That the state opened the door, that he's the jealous one causing this whole thing, and he's the one that's arguing with her, when the opposite is true.
What's the time frame for the question?
A month before the incident.
Anything further, Steve?
Angela Rada was not there on the date of the incident.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can answer.
I can answer?
Yes.
I don't remember me getting aggressive like that. I try to do things in a classy manner. I think what I remember is we walked in and he tried to like pretend like she wasn't there. And somebody said hi, it was an interaction. And I think I got like offended that he didn't introduce me. Like if you're gonna say, I don't know, something like that too. But I don't think I attacked her or started like going aggressive. I don't think that was my interaction with her.
Well, isn't it true that you actually went up to this group of women and started confronting Angela?
I don't really remember that, like, I'm sorry. If I did, I probably was in a very like unhappy space with him. And maybe she was like texting prior, but I'm very kind with everyone, all his friends, everybody he brought around. I was always super kind, so I don't believe I would go up to a group of girls and just start looking crazy. I think something had to happen where I felt it was disrespect on his part.
Okay, well, isn't it true that you actually approached the table and confronted Miss Rada when Cole got up from the bar to go to the bathroom? You remember
Objection
that?
asked and answered.
It's a stand.
Today you testified on direct examination that it wasn't working out. Remember earlier in the morning that you had already sensed that the relationship wasn't working out, was your words.
Right.
Remember that? Yes?
Yes.
Isn't it true that that morning, before you went to Boca Bash, that Cole got a call from a girl inquiring about a boat rental? Do you remember that? And you becoming enraged with jealousy?
Objection, relatives.
You can answer. No.
You remember that?
I do remember that. He did get a call from a girl. I think what happened that day, we were just both like over it. It was a lot of tension. We weren't happy from the day before, from what I remember. So I think that when some girl called him, and you know how like guys, they try to like hide or
No,
not
I
speak
wouldn't
in
know
front
that.
of you.
My question is, isn't it true you got jealous?
I wouldn't say I was jealous. I just, you have a 18-year-old calling your partner and he's hiding the phone, hiding the conversation, you ask questions.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true you speaking to her on speakerphone and that's how you learned it was a woman or a girl and that's when you became extremely jealous?
No, I don't think so.
This wasn't a girlfriend. This was just a woman inquiring about a boat rental because he worked as a boat broker a little bit. You remember that?
I don't recall him being a boat broker, no.
So what was your impression? Was this a girlfriend or just a female friend? Or what was your impression who this woman was?
Objection, speculation.
If you knew.
I'm stating the objection.
Isn't it true that Cole threw a seltzer at your face and knocked you to the ground? Remember saying that on some other occasion?
And not to the ground?
Yeah, that while you were on the trampoline, that he threw this can, like a football,
Right.
knocked you to the ground, right?
Right, yes.
And today, your testimony is that he threw the seltzer can unintentionally. You remember saying that on direct examination?
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled.
You remember saying to this court that he threw the can unintentionally.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't think that this was a sober man acting in his normal self. He's not naturally an aggressive person. Like when he's sober and he's calm, he's very kind and very sweet.
My question wasn't regarding aggressiveness. What I'm asking you, isn't it true that you testified that he threw the can unintentionally?
I don't know what his intentions were. I don't know why he threw the cans. I don't know how he was feeling at the moment. All I know is that I felt unsafe at that moment.
I don't know. I'm trying to explore why you use that word. You used the word that he didn't do it intentionally. Isn't that true?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
I did use that word, and maybe I am using the wrong words, but I don't think that he said, I'm gonna throw this can at Caroline's face. I don't think that that's what he was trying to do, or like, it was a decision. I think he was not thinking clearly, and he just acted.
Well, when the state was questioning you after the break, they tried to get you to say that it was malicious. Do you remember that?
It could have been malicious, I don't know. He wasn't happy with me.
Okay, so it could have been malicious, it could have been unintentional, and it was that he took it like a football and threw it at you and knocked you to the ground, right?
Right.
It was all those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Isn't it true that Cole was throwing, well, you said earlier that Cole had thrown a number of seltzers, right? While you were all on the trampoline?
Yes.
And you were on the trampoline with 6 other young girls, is that right?
Yeah, there was a bunch of girls.
Maybe more than 6?
I don't know.
And isn't it true that Cole was throwing these seltzers to the other girls as well?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that Cole was throwing these other seltzers to the other girls?
I don't recall.
And you got jealous, right?
No.
You got upset and angry at him because he was throwing seltzers to not just you, but all the girls on the trampoline, right?
Am I allowed to answer?
I'm asking you to answer.
No, I got upset because it hit me. I think any normal person that gets hit in the face is going to get upset. It wasn't nice.
Okay, let's talk about that. You testified that he hit you right in the face, right? Like in the eye and the face area? Is that yes?
Yes.
In the cheek, right?
Yes.
And you got actually swollen from that. You remember testifying to that on another occasion?
Yes, at the moment he hit me, it hurt me a lot.
In fact, you were screaming, right?
I was
crying?
I was.
Okay. And you were asking people to help you. You remember that?
Yeah, they helped me off the trampoline back on the boat, and that's when he was sitting on the cooler, and I started yelling at him, what are you doing? What are you thinking? And he was just laughing, like he wasn't registering what had just happened.
So you actually sustained an injury. You just said you were swollen, right? On your eye and cheek area from that.
I felt a lot of pain, yes, especially when I was swimming in the water.
You may.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as defense number 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
And that's you on the boat, Alex of Paris' boat? Sorry, Judge.
No, you're trying to minimize.
Don't try to knock me down.
Yes.
And that's you?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on the Paris's or the Alex boat, as we've been referring to it?
Yes.
All right. And that, your face without any injuries at all?
I mean, the image is distorted. I don't think you can get anything from that image. You
Nothing
can
at all?
See, no.
No? So tell me what's distorted about this image.
You can tell it's depixelated.
Oh, what does that mean? Somebody tampered with this?
No, that means that the image is not a full, it wasn't printed to its full capacity.
Okay, but can you tell me, can you point out for me any injuries to your cheek or eye area?
I mean, I don't know, it's a little distorted. You could just see that definitely she's been crying a lot. Something is.
I didn't ask if you were crying. What I'm asking you, do you see any cuts on your eye or cheek or face?
I never said I had any cuts.
I didn't ask if you ever said that. I'm saying, do you see any cuts or scratches to your face?
No, I don't see cuts.
Do you see any bruises to your face?
I see swelling, yes.
Okay, can you point to the swelling, please?
I would say like this.
What's this? You're pointing to your whole face.
Yeah, here. No,
So-
I'm pointing right there where the can hit me.
So for the record, you're pointing to the left eye and cheek, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your left eye and cheek?
Yes.
And you're saying that they're swelling there, right?
I would say it looks a little swollen. It doesn't look normal to me.
You may.
May I approach the witness? I'm showing you what's been marked as defense number 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
That's you? Why are you chuckling?
I just look so crazy.
What do you mean crazy?
My hair is a mess. My makeup is drippy. You caught me in the middle of saying something. It's not a nice image.
All right, so do you remember this image being taken at the dock area after you were taken off the boat? After you were taken from the Paris boat, you were taken to land, do you remember
I
that?
didn't know they were taking pictures of me.
All right, but do you remember being taken to land?
Oh, yes.
All right, and this is a photo or an image of you at the land, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And this time would offer states, defense 5 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense 5?
No.
We received an evidence without objection as defense exhibit number 5.
Thank you. Okay. And do you see any injuries to your face on this image?
I do not. The image is a bit more clearer.
And you would agree that there's no swelling or bruising or any injury to your left side of the face or your eye?
I don't know. It looks a little right here. It just looks weird. I don't know if it's because the image is distorted or...
Okay, and again, for the record, you're pointing to the left side of your face, eye area, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's your testimony that you believe that there's swelling there from the can when it hit you in the eye?
Yes.
Showing you, Mayor, showing you what's in evidence. Is this on
Tap it.
top?
Hello?
There you go.
Showing you what's in evidence as defense number 3.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what is this?
That's when I was just like telling him everything's gonna be okay, don't panic.
All right, and this is at the back or the side of the Paris boat?
Yes, I believe the side.
Okay, and this is obviously Cole, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're holding his hand?
Yes.
And you're comforting him at this point, telling him everything's gonna be okay?
Yeah.
You two weren't arguing at this point, right?
No, there was no argument.
No argument at all, right?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No.
In fact, the whole time that Cole was at the rear of Paris boat, there was never any argument whatsoever, right?
When he was in that holding on?
Yes.
No, I was not arguing with him. I just kept reminding him that things are gonna be fine, don't freak out, don't panic.
And this was somebody that you were comforting who had just tried to kill you, right, and drown you?
I don't know what his intentions were, but I do know that I was scared for my life. That's all I know.
And you testified you thought that he had his hands around your throat. He was trying to kill you or drown you, right?
Yeah, he was in a complete rage. He was angry. You know, this wasn't the first time he's gotten a little angry or, you know, raged or whatever, so.
Okay, but earlier you testified he's not aggressive, and now you're saying this isn't the first time that he's been in a rage?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a few incidents prior, and it all involved alcohol. So alcohol was never his friend.
All right. So was he aggressive to you in the past or not?
We had 2 incidents at the Hard Rock Hotel where there was a lot of alcohol involved, and then it would get aggressive. It could spiral out of control, but it was never to the point of this. He had never like physically hurt me, or he would just like lash out and start screaming or getting in my face and, you know, pointing, but it wasn't aggressive like what I experienced at the Boca Bash.
You testified on direct examination briefly about a civil lawsuit. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I'm not referring to the injunction where you were seeking a restraining order, but the civil lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay? And you said, quote, Jason is no longer on the case, that he was threatening you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a difference of opinion. You remember that?
Yes.
And that's Jason Fagnano that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
So you fired Jason, or did he get off the case? What happened?
Well, he mentioned that he would not be representing me anymore.
All right, and have you hired a new lawyer to take over that civil lawsuit?
No, the civil lawsuit is not something that I am really focused on like I was years ago.
All right, but that civil lawsuit is still open, is it not?
Yes.
Has not been dismissed, it's currently pending, right?
Right.
All right, and I've spoken with attorneys, that case has sort of been put on the back burner pending the outcome of this case, is it not?
Right, yes.
Okay, and you said something on direct examination, you said Boca Bash should be responsible, do you remember that?
Yes, I do believe that they throw a huge event that hundreds, thousands of people go out there, but there's no lifeguards. They do have like police officers like on the water, but it's all the way to the left side of where the yachts are, not in the middle. So this could have easily been prevented if there were lifeguards or cops everywhere watching the scene.
So you actually believe that the lawsuit should include the town of Boca or Boca Bash, whoever throws that event, due to their negligence, right?
Objection, relevance?
You believe that the lawsuit should actually be against Boca Bash or the town of Boca because of their irresponsibility or negligence, right, for not having lifeguards.
I do believe that they need to implement like a better system. It's an event that continues to go on till today, and what we don't want is this happening to someone else.
Okay, is that where the disagreement arose between you and Mr. Fagnano, that you wanted to sue other entities and he did not?
I don't really want to get into details as to the conversation that I had with him, but we're just not on the same page.
Is your lawsuit going to be amended to include Boca Raton or some other entity, Boca Bash?
Judge, I'm going to object to attorney-client privilege.
And at this point, it's not relevant. It's the same objection.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as defense number 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is this?
a mugshot.
Okay, this was after you were arrested on the 24th for the outstanding violation of probation warrant, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and
Your Honor, at this time I would move defense number 15 into evidence.
Any legal objection?
No.
We'll be receiving the evidence without objection, defense number 15.
All right, would you take a look at that?
Yes.
All right. And is it your testimony that this photo is the way you appeared that day?
Yes.
And can you show me if there's any injuries to your face?
I do not see any injuries to my face.
Okay, there's no bruising either or swelling, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And you were booked in to the Palm Beach County Jail after you were taken, after you were arrested that day, correct?
Yes, I don't know what time. It could have been late. I'm not too sure.
All right, but you would agree there's absolutely no injuries to your face on this?
I don't see any swelling, no.
Thank you.
Now, we've talked a little bit about the morning of the 24th, but the evening before, on the 23rd of April, you actually spent the evening at Cole's parents' home in Boca Raton, is that correct?
Yes.
And your children remained down in, well, you were living in Miramar at the time in Broward, or were you living in Dade at the time?
Broward.
So you were living in Miramar,
Yes.
and that's in Broward County?
Yes.
And the incident involving your probation, that occurred actually in Miami-Dade, is that correct?
Yes.
And your probation was transferred to Broward County where you reside?
I'm not entirely sure.
Where were you being supervised by Officer Wilson? Was it in Broward or was it in Miami?
I don't remember, it was years ago.
Okay. All right, but that night, the night before you spent the night in Boca Raton, right?
Yes.
And you were on felony probation at the time? Right? You were on probation at the time?
Right.
On the day of this incident, you were on
Yeah.
probation? All right. And your probation officer didn't give you permission to go out of county and go to Palm Beach County, did they?
No, I did not ask for permission.
And you know you're not allowed to go out of county when you're on probation, isn't that correct?
That's true, yes.
All right. You also know that when you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink alcohol, right?
I don't drink, so yes, I know.
But you already testified that you had 3 to 5 drinks that day. Remember that?
Yes, light drinks, yes.
What kind of drinks?
Light, like I wasn't finishing the drinks. It was a sip here and there.
Well, whether they were light, heavy, in between, you were consuming some alcohol that day. You already testified to that.
Yes.
All right. And you know you weren't supposed to, right?
Yes.
Were you ever violated for those things after your arrest?
I don't recall. I remember I spoke to the parole officer and they had seen what happened on the news and it wasn't, I think it was just, okay, we're gonna fix this, we're gonna do another 6 months, just stay, try to stay away from Palm Beach, whatever, and I was able to complete the program.
All right, so your probation officers saw the incident on the news, right? They knew that you were a quote-unquote victim of an attempted murder, battery by strangulation, and they told you, don't worry, we're gonna fix this, and just add more time on, right?
Yeah, because I had to go in front of the judge, I had to explain to the judge what happened, and that's when they extended it for 6 more months.
So you never went to jail for that, right? For that violation?
I did go to jail.
Well, you were arrested and taken to jail, and you were transported, right? But you were never sentenced to any term to jail or prison for violating your probation, were you? They just added more time onto your
No,
probation.
I think they agreed, because it was my first offense, and they had dropped the charge, so they added more time to it.
Okay. So they added some more probation time?
Yes.
Okay. But you never were sent off to jail or prison for any violations of probation, right?
No, no.
And you still have a withhold adjudication, right? You know what that means?
I don't.
You're a convicted felon?
From my understanding, they said that when I completed the program, that it would get removed from the system, So I'm not sure how it reflects on,
On the paperwork?
yeah.
So you don't know whether you're a convicted felon or not?
Well, I know I'm not a convicted felon because, you know, I've done my time, I served, I did everything I had to do, I paid the fees, but I definitely am not a convicted felon.
You were on probation for resisting officer with violence, is that correct?
Right, that's what the officer said, yes.
You disagree with that?
Well, yes, of course, I did not attack Officer Acosta. It's not realistic. He's like 6'4", big,
Judge.
240 pounds. Like,
I'm gonna object.
We're getting into very collateral issues.
Okay. Let's go back to the 24th, okay?
Okay.
That morning, you guys got up and you decided, obviously, you're gonna go to Boca Bash, but before you did that, isn't it true that you and Cole went to Publix and ran some errands and got some champagne and a couple of cases of seltzers?
I don't recall what was bought, but I know that he stopped somewhere.
You didn't go in with him to Publix to get the alcohol?
I don't remember.
Then you went to Sebastian Espinoza, Dr. Espinoza's house, you remember that?
Right, yes.
And you got there around 9:30, does that sound about right?
It could be, yeah.
All right. And you didn't have any alcohol before you got to Dr. Espinoza's, did you?
No, we had just, no.
I want to talk a little bit about the incident that happened on a boat before the drowning and the attempted murder occurred, okay? While you were, I think it was on Anthony's boat, or one of the boats that were tied up to each other,
Okay.
there was an incident with a guy where he slapped your behind. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your testimony regarding that? What did Cole do?
They got in each other's face, and then that's when Cole got kicked out of that boat from the dad. The dad told him to get off, and then obviously I was not going to stay. I went to the boat, but he was very upset. I was upset.
Okay. And isn't it true that Cole shoved the guy into a propeller and you
Yes.
saw blood?
No, I don't recall blood, but he definitely shoved the guy.
All right, so he shoved the guy off the boat into the boat's propeller,
Yes, in the back.
and it may have drawn some blood. You're not sure?
I don't remember.
And
The boat was off. It was stationed in the water, so it's not like it was on. But he did shove him in the boat in the back.
and he actually hit the propeller.
Yes.
And no police came for that incident, right? You never saw any police arrive?
No. He got kicked off the boat, and then they looked at me and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I went with Cole. I didn't know any of them.
My question is, you never saw any law enforcement authorities come over to investigate a guy who had been thrown overboard into a propeller, did you?
There was no officers around.
You didn't call the police, did you? The guy had just been thrown into a propeller. Did you call the police?
I mean, no, but Cole was upset. You disrespected his girlfriend. You can't, that's wrong. That wasn't my...
Nobody else called the police when they threw this guy into the propeller, right?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
No, I don't know. I just know that a lot of people were drinking, and when there's a lot of alcohol, people are not thinking clearly. There's a lot of ego.
Let's see if there's another question.
Nobody from the boat, you didn't see anybody from the boat jump in to save this guy who was thrown into the propeller, right?
I think it's like the dad and the friends grabbed him because he had fallen, and they grabbed him. And then, like I said, they were very angry, so they just started kicking people off.
And isn't it true that when this guy slapped your bottom, that you got really upset with Cole because he didn't go beat up the guy?
No, I think I got upset because these people, what is wrong with them? They have, who does that? I never gave an indication, oh, hi, please,
So you weren't flirting with the guy that would have sort of
No.
Tipped him off that that was okay to do that, right?
No, that guy was completely drunk.
All right. And do you remember Cole just sort of getting in between you and this guy to keep you guys apart because you were so angry that Cole wasn't going to go beat this guy up? Do you remember that happening?
I don't remember. I just remember him getting shoved, and that was the end of that.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you were not angry at Cole because he didn't do something to show this guy that he had disrespected you?
I was angry with everybody on that boat, including him.
You were angry at everybody on that boat, including him? Or
Yes.
And you were angry at him for disrespecting you, right? For
And
not
the guy
protecting
for
you.
slapping my bottoms.
And you were angry at Cole as well for disrespecting you, for not going to beat up the guy, right?
I never asked him to beat up the guy. Like, that's not conversations him and I have had. Like, oh, go beat up that person. That's not.
I'm not talking about
relationship we've
arbitrary
had.
people. I'm talking about the guy who slapped your butt.
I'm telling you, there was never a conversation where I said, go beat up that guy right now or we're gonna have problems. I would not, why would I send him to go do that?
You testified that you, on direct examination, that you were screaming at the top of your lungs. You remember that?
Which part?
Well, after the slap, were you screaming at the top of your lungs?
After the slap?
Yes. After the slap, let me step back. I don't think that was your testimony. I think at some point you said that when you got on the other boat, there was some wrestling and he was trying to restrain you, and that's when you were screaming. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. So did that happen before the slap or did that happen after the slap?
After the slap.
All right, so after the slap on the butt, then you guys went to another boat?
Yes.
All right, and it was on that boat that Cole was restraining you?
Yes.
And he was wrestling you, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had his arms and legs over you like in a sumo position?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say sumo position, was he holding you from the front, from the back? How was he holding you?
He was holding me, like, he was behind me, holding me.
All right, and he had his legs over you and his arms over you?
Yes.
And you were screaming at the top of your lungs, right?
Yes.
And not a single person on this boat came to help you, right?
On this boat, no.
How many people were on that boat?
Like 8, maybe 10.
All right, and whose boat was that? Do you know?
I do not know, but I think it was one of Cole's friends.
You think, you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
So this could have been strangers that Cole did not know, right?
No, I think we were on a boat with one of his friends.
But again, you're speculating, you're not sure.
I don't know if he owns the boat, I don't know if it's his friend's boat, I don't know the details. I just remember there was one guy there that I had met before, and he was close to Cole.
All right, and none of these people came to your assistance, right? Or helped you?
No, there was a boat in front with like 4 gentlemen who were screaming, like, let her go, let her go.
I'm asking about the people on the boat where you were being wrestled, like in a sumo position. No one came to help you, right?
No,
Objection, asked and answered.
they did not.
All right. Was the boat that you were on, was that Cole's friend from New York, Anthony Mimo, an Italian guy? Did you see Anthony Mimo on that boat that you were just talking about?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, you don't know his friend Anthony?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Was it right after this that Cole, with his nails and his fingers, shoved his fingers into your vagina and he tried to rip you apart? You remember saying that?
I hope I did not use the word vagina. I don't think I used it, but yes, he had his hands right in front, like on top of, like the bikini area, and he was just being very aggressive and squeezing his fingers in me with a lot of anger.
Okay, so underneath your bathing suit?
Yes.
You're not sure?
No, I'm pretty sure it was underneath.
Pretty sure, but you're not 100% certain?
I don't, because I don't recall him I think he was trying to hold me, and my bathing suit being a 2-piece, the hand went in, and that's how I ended up with those marks.
Isn't it true that Cole actually put his fingers into your vagina and he tried to rip you apart.
I never said that.
May I approach?
You may.
I just handed you a copy of your deposition. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
And Mr. Fagnano was present.
Okay.
You remember that?
Yes.
And the prosecutor and your attorney, Mr.
Yes.
Fagnano, everybody was there? And you swore to tell the truth at that deposition?
Yes.
Okay, can you turn to page 98, please? And look at lines 4 through 6. Do you see where they're numbered on the right side, going down 1 through 25?
Yes.
All right, to yourself quietly, just look at lines 4 through 6, please.
Yes.
Read them to yourself.
Okay. I read it.
You read it?
Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your memory about you saying that?
Yes.
So isn't it true that you said that Cole shoved his fingers inside your vagina and he tried to rip you apart?
I don't think I said in. I think she probably misheard me.
Oh, she being the court reporter?
Yes.
So you think that this is an
It
error?
wasn't inside my vagina. That it wasn't that low. It was the pictures that they took at the hospital were on top, not inside. So.
But you would agree, that's what that says.
Yes, I think though what it is, it's supposed to say on my vagina. Maybe she didn't understand me, but I would not say inside my vagina because it was not inside.
At the end of your deposition, you had an opportunity to read your deposition and make any corrections. Do you remember that?
I do remember. I think it was just like 3 hours, way too long, and I just slept.
Okay, so you did, well, no, at the end of your deposition, the court reporter told you that you have an opportunity to read it to make any corrections.
Right.
Right, you remember that?
Right.
Did you ever make any corrections and say, oh, you know what, I didn't say that word?
I did, that actually went like past me because it doesn't even make sense. He just shoved it in my. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, well, also when you did your injunction, remember you filed an injunction?
Okay.
You remember that?
Sure.
You were looking for a restraining order against Cole?
Yes.
Didn't you also say that he went in your groin during the injunction?
The bruises were outside, so I don't know why we are focused on it being inside when the hospital didn't take any images of that.
I'm trying to just find out what you said in your injunction. Isn't it true that you also said that he did that in your injunction paperwork?
The injunction was filled out by the attorney?
So you signed the injunction. We'll get into that in a minute.
Okay.
So my question is, are you taking exception with that? Are you saying you never said that in your injunction either?
I don't think I ever told anyone that it was inside my vagina. And I might be wrong if someone would like to correct me, but I don't recall saying inside. I do remember it was very close to down that area, and but it wasn't inside. No.
Well, you never told the police when they came to the boat, to the Paris boat. You never told the police that Cole had done something to your vagina or had sexually molested you, right? When the officers, Officer Hammond and the female officer and the male officer were talking to you on the boat, you remember that?
No, I think that once they took me to the hospital and they started taking photos, that's when the conversation arose, but I wasn't getting into details with anyone.
I'm talking about the boat.
Oh.
Did you ever tell the officers after this happened that he had sexually molested you?
And no.
When you got to the dock, to the land, did you ever tell the officers that he had done something sexually to you?
No. I never used the word I never used sexual abuse.
Did you ever say that he stuck his fingers or his nails into your vagina?
I did say he stuck his nails right close to my vagina. I did say that.
All right, you told that to Officer Hudson and Officer Hammond?
I don't remember what I told them.
Did you tell them that when you got to land after you left the boat, the Paris boat?
I remember.
And while, it's your testimony, while Cole was doing this to you in your vagina area, and you were screaming at the top of your lungs, nobody came to help you, right?
Correct.
And it was right after this attack in this area, that Cole threw you off the boat. That's your testimony, right?
Right, I was able to slip, like, to get out, and that's when I got shoved in.
So he shoved you in. You didn't jump off voluntarily, right?
Correct.
And again, going back to when you were at the back of the Paris boat, I'll refer to it as, there was never any arguing and you were attentive to Cole, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you told him no?
I don't recall.
Would you look at your depot, please?
Sure,
Yep.
yes.
And turn to page 120. Line 25, which is the last line on that page. Just read it to yourself, please. And then flip over to the next page, 121, and look at lines 1 and 2.
Okay,
Does that refresh your recollection?
yes.
Now, isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you told him no?
Yes, I remember in the beginning when the officers were interrogating, trying to ask me questions, I was not,
You weren't being honest with him?
I did not want them to know what had just happened.
All right, so again, you told him that, right? And you weren't being honest with him when you told him that, right? Is that your testimony today? You lied to him?
I didn't lie to him. I think that I was probably in a state of shock. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I didn't want to throw this one under the bus.
Well, which one was it? Was it you were in shock? You didn't want to throw this one under the bus? Or you were lying? Tell the court which one of those things occurred.
Objection argumentative.
It is argumentative. Why don't you rephrase your question?
So again, isn't it true that when Officer Hudson asked you if Cole pushed you under the water, you said no, he did not?
I probably did say that in the beginning with the police officers. I was not trying to get into anything. I kept trying to make it seem like everything was fine. And then eventually they kept asking and asking, like, what happened, and
Isn't it true that when you were asked what happened while on the Paris boat, you told the police, quote, nothing happened, we were at Boca Bash on a boat and we lost our friends. Do you remember saying that?
I probably did, yes.
And isn't it true that you told the police while you were on the Paris boat that you were swimming towards the front of the boat because that's how you believed you could get to land? You remember telling the police that?
Probably, yes.
Do you remember telling the police while on the boat that when you were asked if Cole had put his hands on you at all, you said, quote, I don't know if he was trying to hold on to me, I don't know what he was doing. Do you remember telling that to the police?
I don't remember, but I probably did say that.
Do you remember while on the boat, the police were questioning you about the marks on your leg, and they asked you if Cole had caused those marks by grabbing you, and you said, no, they're sunspots.
I probably did say that.
And isn't it true when the police were questioning you on the boat about bruises on your arm and whether Cole had grabbed you and caused those marks, you said no, he did not.
I probably did say that.
And isn't it true that you told the police while on the boat that Cole was holding onto your back? Not your neck, not your throat, but your back. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, I think it's obvious that I did not want to speak to the cops. I did not want to get into details. I was hoping we could just part ways. You go home, I go to my kids, and I didn't want to make it a big deal.
And isn't it?
Hello?
Can you see this okay from there, or do you want me to come up?
No, I can see it.
All right. And isn't it true, when the police, back at the dock, or the land, where this picture is from, asked you again if you were sure that Cole did not do anything to you, you said no?
I probably did.
And isn't it true that you told the police that Cole was a good kid and he was going to law school? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember expressing shock, as depicted in this photo, defense number 5, when the police told you that they were arresting Cole?
Oh, what I do remember is when the cops told me they were arresting him, I just knew it was gonna end bad. Like, I knew this was not, I was very, what I didn't want to happen had happened. So I felt like mortified. I was not happy with the news. I was trying to avoid everything so that,
Why weren't you happy? Because you had said something that wasn't true? You accused him of drowning you?
Objection, argumentative.
At the end of the day, Cole knows what he did. Cole knows exactly what he did, and everyone that was there witnessed him. I don't think what we should do is try to cover up the mistakes. I think we should just own it and do better. And, he's a man. You can see in my actions, the whole time, I'm not trying to get him in trouble. That was never, that's not how I am as a woman, as a person, especially someone in a relationship. I felt very bad that things had escalated to the point that it got there.
When they told you, when the police told you that he was being arrested and being charged and going to jail, you were actually so shocked and you said to them, "Oh my God, what charges?" You remember saying that?
Yes, I did.
You couldn't believe it because none of this had happened. He didn't try to kill you. He didn't try to drown you, right? This was something that you made up. Isn't that a fact?
No, not at all. It's not a fact. The fact of the matter is that Cole was in a complete rage, had me by my neck under the water, and everyone witnessed it. Okay? If I told the cops that everything was fine, was because I did not want him to get in trouble. But then at that point, whatever happened afterwards was not my doing.
Isn't it true that you told the police when they told you that Cole was being arrested, you said, "Don't do this, I'm sorry, no"? Do you remember saying that to the police?
Yes, because I cared about him. I don't want, nobody wants to, that's not what was supposed to happen. That's what any normal person would do that was in a relationship with someone that they actually cared about. If I didn't care about him, I wouldn't have cared what had happened, how it happened.
This is a guy that just tried to kill you, right? That's what you want everybody to believe.
Objection, argumentative.
It is argument. Sustained.
You never showed Officer Hammond or Officer Hudson any injuries to your neck or throat from this alleged strangulation, right? You never pointed out to them and said, "Hey, look, there's finger marks," or "He hurt me here." You never said that to them, did you?
No.
They never took any photos of your neck because there was nothing there to photograph. Isn't that true?
The hospitals took photo.
I asked you about the officers.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, they did not, but the hospital did.
I asked you about the officers, not the hospital.
Sorry.
You did not point out a single injury to your neck or throat, right? Bottom line.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
There was not a single picture taken of an alleged swollen eye by the officers, is that correct?
Objection has been answered.
While on land at the boat.
Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. I'm telling you what I experienced and what I went through. I'm not lying. There's no need to lie about this.
There's no question, there's no question.
When you made it onto the Paris boat, nobody rendered any type of medical assistance to you, right? They didn't
No.
give you CPR.
No.
They didn't turn you on your side to help expel any water or do anything like that, right?
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
You weren't coughing up water, right?
Not that I could remember. I know I had like a little difficulty breathing,
But you weren't coughing up water or choking or doing anything like that, right? That would have required some sort of aid. Right?
No.
In fact, they gave you a drink. It was either water or orange juice or something, and you were able to drink it without any difficulty, right?
Correct. I don't think I drank it, but I think they offered.
And you were wearing very large hoop earrings that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And they're still intact after this drowning and attempted murder? Right?
Yes.
He didn't pull those out when he was choking you by the neck and you were grabbing his hands, trying to get him off your neck?
No, you did not.
And your hair looks pretty dry. Would you agree with that? In those photos?
Yes.
And yes, it's your testimony that he completely submerged you in water?
Yes.
Isn't it true that after you left the Paris boat, you were being transported by law enforcement back to land? Do you remember that in their boat?
Yes.
And isn't it true that while you were being transported back to land, that you were in a pretty good mood? You were laughing with the officers. Do you remember that?
I probably was, yes.
And do you remember when you, on that transport also, that there was another boat that had passed you with guys that were hooting and hollering at you, and you were smiling back at them? Do you remember that?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Goes to state of mind.
Sustaining the objection.
You remember telling the officers after this horrific incident, while you're going back on the boat, about your modeling career and that you were a model and an actress? You remember having that discussion?
Objection relevance.
I'm gonna overrule the objection for now,
I'm
but
pretty
how much more
sure.
cross-examination do we have?
Not that much more, Judge.
Overrule the objection for now.
I'm pretty sure that conversation came up. They probably asked what I did. I don't think it was like information I gave voluntarily, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, after you got to land, you were then transported to Palm Beach County Jail, is that correct?
Mhm.
And the jail wouldn't take you because you had to be medically cleared, right?
Right.
And that's when you went to the hospital and then you were taken back to the jail, is that right?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, defense 16, 17, and 18. start with this one right here, defense number 16. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is that?
a car.
Whose car?
I believe it's mine.
You're not sure, or is that your car?
It's my car.
All
It
right.
was my car.
Okay. And showing you defense number 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that also your car?
yes.
And showing you
I'm
defense,
so sorry, but what does this have to do with anything?
I don't know the next question.
defense number 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
my car.
Okay, and is this a car accident that you had been in?
Objecting to relevance.
Don't know what the pictures are. I don't know what the relevance is.
The question asked if it was the pictures of a car accident, and I believe as of now, there has been no evidence of any injuries to Ms. Schwitzky's body on the date of the incident. So we're objecting to relevance.
I got you. I'm gonna overrule the objection to the question.
Okay. This was an accident that happened in close proximity to when the Boca Bash incident occurred, right? About 5 or 6 days before?
I don't know, probably.
Okay. April 18th, does that sound right? 6 days before the Boca Bash incident that this accident
I don't
occurred?
remember.
Okay. And as a result of this accident, you had some bruises to your body on your arms and legs?
No, I don't think so. That was a fender bender, wasn't it?
So your position is that these 16, 17, and 18 was a fender bender?
Yeah, it was right here. I just hit the side of the car.
Judge, at this time, I would offer these exhibits into evidence.
Same objection as relevance.
Relevance and a collateral issue impeachment, because we have no testimony that there are injuries.
There were testimony there was bruises on the arms and the legs.
I'm gonna admit to the evidence over objection as defense 16, 17, 18.
Thank you. You would agree that those exhibits that were just placed into evidence, you hit a tree, right?
Yes.
That was not a little fender bender. You actually went into a palm tree, right?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, the facts of the incident are not necessarily relevant. The fact that it corroborates some of the testimony may be relevant. So how far are we gonna go into the facts of a prior incident?
That's it, judges.
Let's sustain the objection.
When Cole reached you in the water at the back of the Paris boat, he was very intoxicated, was he not?
Yeah, I definitely would say he was not himself.
And he was having trouble breathing and swimming, what, did he not?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
You answer again.
I don't know.
And isn't it true that when he grabbed onto you because he was drowning?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I mean, that's what they're saying, but if you're drowning, why wouldn't you just go on the floaty? Why would you drag me under the water? That doesn't make sense.
Well, he didn't have a floaty when he swam up to you, did he not?
There was a floaty right there. He could have just held on. Why would you come and hold on to me?
You're assuming that he saw the floaty and that there was a floaty in close proximity. Are you
The
not?
floaty was right on, I was on the floaty. How could you not see the floaty?
So you were on the floaty when he came up to you and
Yes.
drowned you?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you testified on direct examination you were not on the floaty when he came up to you.
That, I don't know, I'm so sorry, but I was on the floaty when he came and dragged me in the water.
Okay, so you were actually on it when he came up under you and put his hands around your neck and tried to drown you?
Yes, I was on top of the floaty and he dragged me into the water. So if your case is that he was drowning, why wouldn't he just hold on to the boat or the floaties? Why would he come, and then why would he hold on to my neck? I don't understand how.
And again, this was a floaty that had been given to you by Matt Harris after he jumped into the water? Or this was a floaty that was there when you first came
My
up?
wife gave me a floaty. So there was 2 floaties in the water, so he could have chose one, but he didn't.
And that's assuming that he could have seen those floaties, right? You don't know whether he did or did not.
Well, he saw me, he jumped onto me.
Well, you don't know if he saw you, you don't know if he just went to grab the first thing that he could latch onto to gain composure, right?
You don't know
Objection, counsel
either.
Can
testifying?
we ask questions and answers that aren't just speculation, please?
May I approach the witness, please?
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, defense number 19. Would you take a look at that? You recognize that? There's several pages, leaf through them.
I do recognize this.
Okay, what is that?
I believe this was what I needed to fill out to protect myself.
What do you mean, the restraining order?
Yes,
Okay, and that restraining order was completed by you, correct?
yes, I wrote this.
All right, and that's your signature at the back of the restraining order?
Yes,
Look at the last page, it's dated April 27th, 2022.
yes,
That'd be 3 days after the incident took place,
yes,
and that's your signature, correct?
yes,
Okay, so no lawyer filled this out for you. This is something you filled out yourself.
yes, but very true.
I'm sorry?
Very true, yes.
And if you look to the, let me get to the page. There's actually 2 places for your signature on this document, is that correct?
Yes,
And this was a petition for injunction for protection against dating violence, right?
yes,
And in this document, you are asked under section 3, can you turn to that section?
okay,
There's a section for case history and reason for seeking the petition, do you see that?
okay,
And then, do you see it, yes or no?
yes,
And then there's a place for you to write what occurred,
okay,
and on the next page, under number 6, there's a chance for you to write what occurred, and then several pages thereafter where you continued it. Do you see that?
yes,
And in this petition for injunction, you wrote that Cole grabbed your groin area and dug his fingernails forcibly. Do you remember that?
yes, because he did.
and you were given a hearing, or actually you requested a hearing on this petition for a final hearing, and the judge actually gave you one. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
You never got notice that there was a hearing for a final notice for final hearing?
I don't think I attended. No.
Right, you never showed up, right?
Right.
So you failed to appear and the injunction was dismissed, right?
Right, that's what the attorney mentioned, yes.
Who was your attorney?
At that time, it was Jose Baez.
So it's your testimony that you actually hired Mr. Baez?
Yes, when the incident first occurred, initially I didn't want to do anything, and then I started realizing how bad it was, what had occurred. So Jose is someone that I know, so I reached out to him like a friend, and I just said, hey Jose, I went through this, what do you think? What do you think I should do? And then at that point he said, let's get my team on it. We want to help you.
And Mr. Baez didn't show up either, right?
No.
And Mr. Baez did not sign this petition. You did, right?
Yes.
Did you ever refile the petition for injunction?
No, I don't think so.
Why not? If you were so afraid, you could have gone back and filed another one.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Nothing was preventing you from going back and filing another injunction, right?
Well, what I was hearing was that he could, since there was already documentation, that he could not come near me because there was a court filing. So they were basically saying, you don't need the injunction, you don't need the restraining order because there's already
A no contact order in place?
Exactly.
From the criminal
I think
charges?
so, yeah.
But at that point, you didn't know if the state was going to formally charge him, right?
I did not know. In the beginning, it was like, I don't remember. It was years ago.
And you're aware that another judge could have given you a lifetime injunction or injunction for 10 or 15 years, right?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I didn't.
Sustained.
I want to talk just a few minutes about the civil suit that was filed by Mr. Fagnano. You remember that?
Yes.
And that was a civil suit for money, right?
It was. That's what civil's for, yes.
Okay. And you were basically suing for battery, assault, false imprisonment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Is that correct?
I believe that's what they filed, yes.
And it is your intention on getting a financial recovery for that, right? Once this case is over.
At this point, I don't want anything. I don't want any money. I don't want to go through the whole civil lawsuit.
Then why didn't you dismiss it?
I have to do that. Like I said, I haven't really been on speaking terms with Jason since what occurred last time. But with all the years passing and having my new kids and being married, I don't want to continue to relive this nightmare.
But you want to revisit for purposes of suing the town of Boca or some other entity, right? Including them or filing another lawsuit against them to hold them responsible for negligence, right?
Objection,
No,
relevance.
Sustained.
After this incident occurred, you sort of went on you posted a number of things on your Instagram and on your social media about the incident, right?
Yes, I believe that I do have, a lot of people were asking questions. They want to know, this was exploded all over the news. Every news outlet was documenting this, and I didn't think it was fair to hide what happened. I did create a reel and let people know this is what I faced and this is what I'm gonna do. I told people my plans, that I wanted to go to court, I want justice to be served, I want him to get the help he needs.
Okay, and what the reel that you're referring to is a video that you posted online, which is basically a montage of all the stories that have been put out by NBC News,
Yes.
People Magazine, TMZ, New York Post, things like that?
Yes,
Okay, and you also did a comedy show, right, in Doral, where you brought up the incident?
I don't remember, that was my first comedy show, and I was very nervous that I completely forgot my entire, dialogue, what I was gonna bring to the show. I started just rambling and saying different things, but
You brought up this incident, right?
I'm sure it was a joke. It wasn't, I didn't mention his name, I didn't mention the family's name, it was just,
Were you paid by People Magazine or any of those other stories that you, magazines that you spoke with? Were you paid by any of
Objection,
them?
relevance?
Overruled.
Were you paid by People Magazine for your story?
No. In fact, they were all reaching out. They wanted to fly me to LA. They wanted an exclusive TMZ, and every person, I thought it was better for me not to speak on this, to allow it to go to court. Let's figure out what's going to happen. I didn't want to go out there and...
You didn't want to exploit the situation, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think I was more humiliated, and I didn't want them to exploit me and run with this.
So why were you posting these things? And when you posted the New York Post story, the People Magazine story, and NBC story, you actually posted in your Instagram account, quote, "In case you didn't know, now you know."
Yeah. So a lot of people, when it went viral, a lot of people were asking questions and they wanted to know, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to create a video and speak about what occurred. I thought it was proper to just let everyone have their opinions, and then when we go to court, we can have the truth come out.
So you wanted them to know, right?
They all knew. It was before me. Me speaking out was just a moment of yes, it's true. I went through it, I survived it, I'm okay, you guys.
Isn't it your motto that bad publicity is good publicity? You remember saying that?
Objection, relevance?
Sustained. I've given a lot of leeway with respect to bias, but we need to move forward.
Do you remember posting in July of 2022 a post, "I love putting on a show for the cameras" on your
Objection,
Instagram account?
relevance?
Overruled.
Do you remember posting that?
I probably did.
One moment, Your Honor. I have nothing else, thank you.
Can you read that time?
Very good.
That's all.
On April 24th, 2022, were you putting on a show?
No.
Did you post that in reference to this?
No.
When the defendant pushed you under the water, was it with one hand or two?
Two.
And when you were underwater, did he still have a hold of you?
Yes.
Was it with force?
Yes.
When he was on the boat where there was an incident, was he asked to get off that boat?
Yes.
When he was on Anthony's boat, was he asked to get off that boat?
I believe the boat that he was trying to leave with kicked him out as well, and that's how he ended up back in the water, because he had his book bag, and they were leaving him.
So he gets kicked off of one boat, this incident happens, and then he gets kicked off another boat.
Yeah, the boat didn't want to take him. That's how he ended up holding on to the side of the boat that I was on.
When you said you were sorry to the officers, were you saying that because you had
in some way lied to them about being a victim of a crime? Or
Yeah.
up until that point, had you even said anything had happened?
I did not say anything, like I said earlier, I was just trying to act like nothing had happened. And then eventually, I think it was one officer who started talking to me, asking questions, and she was just saying like, it's not okay, you have to say something, and then I kinda.
So with that, hadn't they already told you that he had been arrested, or that they were going to arrest him?
Yeah,
So when you told the officers what actually happened that day, as much as you did that day, he was already being arrested.
yes,
Was it windy when this happened?
was he with me?
Windy.
Yes,
When you're in a boat, do you feel wind?
yes, it was getting chilly, it was cold.
Showing you defenses 3. Are you wearing a hair tie?
No,
Okay, so when you were in the water, did you have your hair up?
no,
And today your hair is not, it's at a little past shoulder length. How long was your hair on April 24th, 2022?
it was long,
So was it past your shoulders?
yes,
Was it in your chest area?
yes,
And when you're in the water, period, whether you're underwater or just swimming, would your hair have been wet that day?
yes,
Okay, so when police took videos or photos of you when they arrived, had your hair dried?
yes.
Okay. Without going into specifics on weight, how in relativity is Mr. Goldberg to you? Like how much bigger or smaller is Mr. Goldberg to you in weight?
In weight? No, he's strong. He's weighs a lot.
So is he heavier than you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Everybody does.
So yes. Would he have been able to hold himself up and keep you above water, weighing what he weighed and weighing what you weigh?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Yes.
I sustain the objection. They're gonna ask another question.
Yes. Brief moment, Judge.
Sure.
Would you have been able to sustain the weight of somebody of Mr. Goldberg's size if they would have jumped on you?
No.
I'm nothing further.
All right. Thank you very much, man. Sit down. You're all done.
Okay, thank you.
Just for scheduling purposes, I anticipate taking an afternoon break now, but for scheduling purposes, you have your other witnesses ready to go.
I have 2 witnesses lined up.
How long do y'all want to take for a break? 10 minutes? Will we conclude by the end of the day? Take 10 minutes?
How long are your process for Pulaski and Hudson? I'm doing Pulaski first. You should be quick. I hope so.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's stop talking about it. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 3:30.
How long do you think? Assuming, you're doing Pulaski and you're doing Hudson? Both. I hope so.
All right, so we have Mr. Lip, Mr. Goldberg present, I have State present.
I guess the question is how long is it?
Get her next one.
Yes.
Yes, we are ready. We're talking about scheduling for defense witnesses and state witnesses, but we can talk about that part and it wouldn't make a difference.
He wants to do it now, so.
Yeah, he has to try. I think we should be able to put people in the Right, you could be your first one? So you want her? Yeah, I think so. Okay. I'll let you know. Thanks. How is it have all these? Yeah.
So yes, witnesses?
Yes, yes, we're ready.
All right, let's call our next one.
State Close Officer Damon Pulaski.
Officer Pulaski. I'll be able to start at 9:30, and I don't think it'll be any different than today.
And Judge, do we have to stop at 5 on the dot?
Not if your witness is on stand, although it is a non-jury trial, so I don't know how much cross-examination you necessarily need to do with the officer, but I'll leave that up to you.
Or direct.
Or direct.
Our direct is brief.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm here for you. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Good on your way, please put a raise your right hand, swear in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So,
I do.
thank you.
Watch yourself on your way up. Make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. Just go whenever you and your witness are ready.
Good afternoon.
Maybe
Officer, please state your name and then just spell your last name for the record.
David Pulaski, Senior Officer, Pulaski.
And I know it looks obvious based on your uniform, but where do you work?
Water Fish Model Conservation.
And how long have you been working there?
21 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
We are to patrol, protect, and preserve, first and foremost, the citizens of the state of Florida, and of course, the natural resources.
And does that include traveling around the state for specific purposes?
Yes.
And have you been called out to assist when an event called Boca Bash?
Yes.
And was this like in the capacity as a volunteer?
I'm sorry, capacity of?
Of a volunteer.
Yes, I did volunteer. Yes.
And so did you volunteer for this event on April 24th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
So what were your duties and responsibilities while volunteering for FWC at Boca Bash that day?
We're out there patrolling the waters and making sure that all the boaters are safely boating in the waters and navigating safely, and we're ensuring public safety.
So on that date, did you become involved in an investigation involving someone by the name of Cole Goldberg?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you just point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
Sir, here, the gray blazer.
So let the record reflect that the witness positively identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay, so just describe how did you first become involved with the investigation?
While we were conducting a boating safety inspection on a vessel, we had just finished actually, and I happened to look over and seeing some people getting our attention by waving their hands and arms in the air. And I directed our captain at the time, Aaron Cover, to that position. I said, hey, we've got some people asking for some help over here. Let's head over this way.
So you were flagged down by people on the boat?
Yes.
Okay. And are you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes.
Was it turned on when that boat, the people on that boat were flagging you down?
Yes, body camera was on.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, officer, do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is that photo? What does it show?
That's a photo right before we had actually arrived on scene to figure out what we were being flagged down for.
And is that the boat that flagged you down on that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of that vessel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, state moves has been pre-marked as state's 8 into evidence.
No objection. I'll receive case number 8 in evidence without objection.
When you approached that vessel, did you notice anybody in the water?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, looking at this photo, can you just circle, let me back up a little bit. Was it a male that was in the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that male?
Cole Goldberg.
Okay, can you just, with that marker, circle where he was in the water when you approached? Just like the general area.
Sure. Yeah, general area.
Okay, and you can put like the letter C. Thank you. Thank you. Permission to publish? So when you arrived to that vessel, what was the male doing in the water, Mr. Goldberg?
He was holding on to the transom, the back of the vessel there,
And-
as we pulled off.
Sorry. And how was he behaving?
Maybe disoriented. I thought he may have been injured, so it just seemed like he was just out over there, just in the back when everyone else was standing up there, but I couldn't figure it out. So I thought he was injured.
Okay. Did he look distressed?
Yes, he could have been distressed.
Did you notice any injuries on him?
No. Not until we pulled him into the boat.
When you pulled him onto the boat, you noticed injuries?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
He had abrasions on his knees.
Were his knees bleeding?
Yes.
Did you notice if Mr. Goldberg had anything on him? Like a backpack?
Yes, he had a backpack. He was wearing a backpack while he was in the water there when we pulled up to him.
And do you remember what he was wearing at the time?
Bathing shorts, swimsuits, swimming shorts, and a backpack.
And was Mr. Goldberg read his Miranda rights?
Yes, he was.
And did he waive those rights?
Yes, he did.
And so from your observations when talking to him, did he seem intoxicated?
Yes, he did.
Did you smell any alcohol on him?
Yes, immediately, from pulling him out of the water.
Was he able to respond to your questions?
Yes.
And was he coherent when responding?
There were times that he was not coherent, but for the most part during the question, he was coherent.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
Did you at any point speak with the female, Ms. Caroline Schwitzky?
No.
Did you assist in any other portion of the investigation?
No, other than an interview post-Miranda.
And just with Mr. Goldberg, no one else?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Judge, I need the court's guidance because the defense position, they opened the doors to my client's statement when they asked if he read Miranda rights, and he signed the Miranda card, he waived it, and that he was asked some observations about what happened. So my position is they opened the door.
I don't find that those questions and answers don't ignore the substance of the statement, just that they give it what this officer did while he was on scene. So.
Okay, then I won't ask that. Thank you. Mark, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Nobody called 911 that day, right?
Not as far as I know.
All right. When you say volunteer, you mean volunteer for that particular duty, but you still get paid if I have to receive.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you thought the backpack was helping this young man float?
Objection, speculation.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yes, I did believe.
Okay.
Well,
All right, he was holding onto the platform or transom as you described it?
he was on to that when we pulled up.
Okay. And he seemed a little confused,
Yes.
distressed,
Yes.
and you were concerned for his safety, right?
Correct.
And you know from doing this so long that emergencies can happen on the water very quickly and sometimes very silently, right?
Yes.
Are you trained in drownings and protecting people on water?
Yes.
And you know, talking about the ladder effect where somebody's drowning, they might push down on somebody instinctively
Yes.
to keep themselves afloat?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get this young man, Mr. Goldberg, on your boat, he's definitely intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Shouldn't be driving a car at this
No.
point? Driving a boat, no way.
No.
Okay. He wasn't falling down drunk, was he?
He wasn't falling down drunk, but he was pretty bad.
Pretty inebriated.
Yes.
Okay. But enough for you to read Miranda rights, like you said, right?
I'm sorry?
Enough for you to read the Miranda warnings to him, correct?
To where he could understand what I was asking? Yes.
Okay, he seemed to understand that.
I'm sorry?
He seemed to understand the Miranda warnings.
Yes.
Okay, and he was cooperative?
Yes.
And without telling you what he said, he did speak with you, right?
He did.
And did a written statement as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Can you read our examination?
No.
Thank you very much, sir. You said no. Say you're ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. State Clause Officer Dylan Hudson.
Officer Hudson.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'll just step on your way up. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. Say whenever you and your witness are ready, you may inquire.
Good afternoon. Could you please tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Dylan Hudson. Last name is spelled Hudson.
Where do you work?
With Florida Fish and Wildlife.
How long have you worked there?
Oh, 7 to 8 years since 2018.
Where are you stationed predominantly?
Now I'm stationed predominantly in Okeechobee County.
Can you briefly outline your training for FWC?
We go to the police academy. I think it's about 7 months. We do the basic police academy, and then we do a FWC specialized training after that, and then field training for a couple of months after that.
Does any of your training include training related to domestic and dating violence?
Yes.
How much?
Oh, there's a chapter, I believe, and then we have like training when we're in the field.
And what are the common types of cases that you come across as an FWC officer?
Common, public safety related, and then hunting and fishing and boating.
Okay, so public safety related, are we talking about like BUIs?
Yes, DUIs, domestics, and that's the public safety realm.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Right.
How many domestic or dating violence cases do you think you've handled in your career?
A couple. I don't know the exact number.
Less than 10?
Yeah, I'd say less than 10.
So, seeing as you've been there for 7 years, you were employed there in 2022?
Yes.
And what was your position at that time?
I was an officer.
And on that date, were you working an event called Boca Bash?
Yes.
Are all officers equipped with body-worn camera at your agency?
Yes.
Did you have body-worn that day?
I did.
To your knowledge, did the fellow officers with you have body-worn?
Yes.
Have you ever worked that event prior to the 2022 date?
Yes, I worked it for a couple of years, but
You had worked it already for a couple of years?
yes.
Okay. And so what's the event?
It's a party event out on the water where boats come all together.
How many FWC officers work this event?
It depends on the year, but we've had anywhere from 10 to 30. It's been bigger some years, smaller than others.
Are there any officers that have to come in from other counties to work the event?
Yes.
Are there is it basically like a lack of capacity? There's not that many FWC officers in Palm Beach County to work the event?
It's where it is in nature. It's hard to bring in other supports. You need vessels, you need vessel operators, so it's hard to get other agencies to assist with that. And yeah, there's just lack of manpower for that area on that date.
Have you traveled to other counties to work other events?
Yes.
And they've been boating related?
Yes.
Okay, so have you come across people with drowning incidents?
Can you clarify that? Sorry.
Have you ever been out on FWC patrol at one of these party-related incidents on the water and come across a drowning experience with somebody?
Yes. Yeah, people struggling to swim. Yes.
Okay, so you've seen somebody struggling to swim?
Yes.
And have you seen somebody trying to climb the ladder, as they call it?
Climb the ladder?
Moving their arms and legs kind of like this.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you may not have known the actual descriptor name, but you've seen that happen?
Yes, I do not know the descriptor names, but I've seen that.
Okay. For your assignment on April 24th, 2022, did you know the people that were on the vessel with you prior to that date?
On my vessel?
Yes.
I knew Officer Koger. I helped train him, but the other ones I did not.
Have you ever met them?
I think I I didn't know at that time. I can't remember if I had met them before that or not. But if anything, it was just visually seeing them at a meeting or something like that. But
Is it difficult to work with an officer closely in a kind of an assignment like this without really knowing the officer as well?
yes.
And why is that?
Because when you're working with somebody that you're familiar with, you know the officer typically, like Cobra, I trained him, so I know how he was trained. I know how he responds to certain scenarios, what he's looking at, so I don't have to worry about, like, not worry about it, but, like, I know the quality of officer that I'm with. And if it's somebody that I don't know, it's that unknown factor, and, they could be absolutely worthless, or they could be very well. So it's just the unknown factor.
So without going into what was said in interviews, did you have to, or did you feel like you had to re-interview people that may have already been interviewed by one of the other officers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on that day, did you make contact with someone you now know to be Cole Goldberg?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Wearing a silver suit with, I believe, a navy blue tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Register and so reflect.
What were the circumstances that led you to make contact with him?
We were on patrol at Boca Bash, and we got flagged down by a vessel.
Where was the defendant when you first saw him?
He was in the water at the back of the vessel.
Permission to retrieve states 1.
You may.
It actually states 8, 7 for last meeting. The last one? Yeah, thank you. I'm showing you what's been moved into evidence as states 8.
Okay.
Do you recognize that kind of layout image?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the vessel when we were approaching.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of what the vessel looked like when you were approaching?
Yes.
Okay, does everybody look like where they were positioned when you arrived?
When I arrived?
When you guys are arriving on scene with the
Yeah,
vessel?
when we pulled up.
Does that look like where everybody was standing on the boat?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like there's someone in the water. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who that was?
That was the defendant, Mr. Goldberg.
Okay. When you arrive, are there witnesses, without getting into what they're saying, are there witnesses on that boat that are trying to tell you something?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you begin your investigation, where do you place the defendant?
The defendant was placed on our patrol vessel.
And is there anything different about working an investigation on a boat versus working an investigation on land?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those differences separating witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain how that would be difficult?
You run out of space because the vessel, I'm responsible for that vessel. Once we are on board that vessel, if something happens, if they run aground, they're going to blame the fact that we were looking at the officer and not paying attention to where we're going. So when I'm on that vessel, I have to be aware of the surroundings of the vessel and just running out of space on the vessel as well. Trying to separate people, but can't. If I give an order to the operator to move away from the helm and something happens to the vessel, then that's, my fault at that point.
Okay, so is the vessel that, or was the vessel that you and the other officers on a large vessel?
The vessel we boarded, yes.
Okay, what about yours?
Our vessel, no, I wouldn't say it's a large vessel.
Okay, so as far as who you put on your vessel, you indicated the defendant. Was there anybody else you put on your vessel?
No.
Okay, and was there really space for anybody else on your vessel?
No.
Okay. Then you boarded the vehicle or the vessel that we were looking at? Is
Yes.
this the vessel?
Yes.
All right. Is it normal for you to have to board vessels?
Yes.
Is that treated as a dangerous situation in your capacity?
Yes.
What are you thinking about when you're on a civilian's boat?
Safety of the other civilians, the civilian's vessel, my safety, the officer's safety, because we don't know where the hatches are, if there's anybody else on board. You know, I've had people pop out of a little cubby hole because she was stuffed inside of there and surprised me, and I didn't know she was there. So it's always that unknown of, we don't know the situation we're getting into, the environment that's around us, the floating environment, and there's numerous things.
Without going into what you said or what they said, who was the first person you spoke to when you arrived?
I believe it was Alexander Terechuk.
Okay. And did you take a formal statement of anybody?
Yes.
Is formal statements at FWC taking written statements?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still ask questions colloquially, but just rely on them to write down their statement?
It's kind of both, because sometimes people will say things and not write it down, or write it down and not say it.
Okay. And at the time where you first started making contact with the witnesses, had you or did you take a formal statement of the defendant?
Could you repeat your statement? My apologies. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. When you first started speaking to Mr. Terechuk and then kind of proceed with your investigation, do you take the statement of the defendant at that time?
No.
Okay. So what do you do next after you speak to Mr. Terechuk?
I asked everybody for the driver's license, attempted to ID everybody, and then gave sworn statements up.
Okay, so at this point you're kind of conducting the witness investigation and asking everybody what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point do you attempt to speak to the person that has been identified as a victim?
Yes.
Permission to retrieve states 2?
You may.
I'm not showing you what's been moved into evidence as states 2A.
Okay.
2A?
Yeah.
And 2B.
Got it.
Who was this?
Carolyn, I'm going to say the last name wrong, Schwitzky, I believe.
Okay, so was Carolyn Schwitzky identified as the person that had been a victim?
Yes.
Because at this point, are you investigating what you believe have been told is a crime?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the victim's demeanor throughout your conversation without getting into what she said?
It was her demeanor throughout the conversation. It was that of not forthcoming and that she didn't want to speak to a male on a body camera.
Is that kind of what you sensed?
Yes.
Okay, at that point, did you involve another officer?
Yes.
Did the victim remain on the vessel?
Yeah, the victim was still on that vessel, though.
Okay, so through observations of the victim, despite not being able to speak to her personally or letting somebody else talk to her, did you notice how she was acting?
Did I notice how the defendant was acting?
The victim.
The victim during, when I was talking to other people?
Yes.
I don't need to clarify that, sorry.
Did you ever see her get emotional?
Yes.
Did you ever see her cry?
What appeared, yes.
Did she ever seem to get choked up?
Yes.
Was she looking over at your vessel where the defendant was?
Yes.
Was the defendant saying anything to her?
I believe I won't be there, yes.
Okay. Was she trying to respond or was she reacting in any way?
She responded once, I believe, and then just kept glancing over.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a statement, a formal statement from Ms. Schwitzky on the boat?
A formal statement, no.
Was Officer Hamad able to obtain a formal statement from the victim on the boat?
She did not provide a sworn statement on the vessel.
You indicated that she wasn't forthcoming because you thought she may have been afraid of men, but was she really providing any facts to you towards your investigation?
No.
Did you observe any injuries on her person?
Yes.
And what was that?
She had bruisings on her arm and legs.
Okay. And did you document those?
Yes, I photographed them at the boat ramp.
And when you're considering or conducting an investigation of a nature regarding a battery or a strangulation or an attempted murder, are injuries required for you to make a determination?
No.
Would they be something that you would consider?
Yes.
Okay, but are they dispositive?
The absence of them would not say it didn't happen.
Okay. How far was your vessel from the terror checks vessel when you're conducting the investigation?
You'll have to, which vessel are you doing?
How far apart was the FWC vessel?
Yeah.
From the vessel that you boarded?
Okay.
With the terror checks?
They floated. I think they drifted off and then came back. And it was a back and forth. I wouldn't be able to get the distance.
Okay, so at sometimes they were close and sometimes they were far?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to speak to the other officers that remained on the FWC boat while you stayed on the terror checks boat?
Yes.
So what did you do after you tried to speak to the victim?
I asked Officer Hamad to stay with her, and then I went over and tried to get sworn statements from the occupants on that vessel.
Okay, so as far as you got the statements from everybody on the vessel that we referred to in States 8.
Yep.
And you tried to speak to the victim. Did you, without saying what happened, did you speak to the defendant?
Like, after I got off that vessel?
Or did you do something else?
I took, I had Officer Hamad and the victim go on another vessel and get transported back to the boat ramp.
Okay. Did you speak to any other vessels containing any other witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain interviews and statements from them?
Yes.
When you were interviewing these witnesses, were you observing them for any possible intoxication?
Yes.
Okay. Why would it matter if a witness was intoxicated?
The credibility of their testimony.
Okay, so are we referring to a legal intoxication, kind of intoxication, or are we trying to refer to a person able to identify and speak truthfully about what happened?
Yeah, somebody who understood the severity of the situation and could, that I was asking for what actually happened and can tell the difference between right and wrong.
While you were conducting the interviews and then subsequently, like any statements that you took, were there any witnesses in this investigation that appeared too impaired to provide a statement?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember that man's name?
I'd have to refer back to my report.
Okay, and as far as that person, was he allowed to write a statement?
No.
So as far as interviewing witnesses, did you have to apply any tactics to invoke cooperation?
Yes. I tried to, because nobody wants to go to court, nobody wants to testify because it's a long drawn out process. So try to make the case relatable to them. Make it personal or then have relate to the person.
Okay, and when you do that, is your intention to change their testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's just to get a witness for the state and the defense for the trial.
Okay. When speaking with all the witnesses after that, did you speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Had another officer previously spoken to the defendant?
Yes.
Was that Officer Pulaski?
Yes.
And from your understanding, did Pulaski read him Miranda?
Yes.
Okay, so when you spoke to him, he had already been advised of his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And you were able to speak to him as well?
Yes.
Was he polite? Was he polite?
Yes.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. After you interviewed him and all the witnesses, did you then make a determination as to what you were going to do?
Yes.
Did you find it problematic that you never had up until then spoken to Ms. Schwitzky and she hadn't provided you really any answers?
No, I didn't find that problematic.
Okay. And what did you rely on in the investigation provided that she did not say what happened?
The independent witnesses that have no ties to either party.
Okay. And referring to the person that was too intoxicated to give a statement, does Brian Hernandez sound like the name?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Judge. So when we're talking about employing tactics, in this case, did you try to say if this is your daughter, what would you do?
Yes.
Okay.
Or like something to that effect. Imagine if it was your daughter.
Okay. And did you even know if anybody had kids?
No.
And this was to try to make sure that witnesses that actually saw something would provide statements to that?
Yeah. Because I can't force a witness to identify themselves, so we try to get that information for the state and the defense for the trial.
So if that person would have said, no, I'm sorry, I don't care, and not provided a statement, you would have to just move on in your investigation?
Yeah, I don't know all the law that I can force somebody to identify themselves because they were a witness.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You didn't witness or have a video of the actual incident in question here, did you, sir?
No.
And you have no idea if Cole Goldberg intentionally or unintentionally did this. You personally don't know, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You personally don't know because you didn't see what happened with your own eyes or with a video if this was intentional or unintentional, correct? You don't know that, do you? Or do you know that?
Are you asking for my opinion?
No, I'm asking if you personally know, if you have a fact that he did this on purpose or not on purpose.
Based on the witness statements, I would say it was intentional.
Right, so you know that? You saw this yourself?
I already said I did not see it.
You see a video of this?
No, I did
You
not.
try to get a video from anybody?
Nobody provided one.
Did you ask?
No.
You didn't ask a single person, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to any of the boats to see if they had cameras? Some of these were multi-million-dollar yachts. Did you ask a single person if they had a camera on their boat?
The two vessels that I boarded?
Anybody's vessel. Did you? You never asked if they had cameras, did you?
No, I don't believe so.
No, and there was hundreds of boats there. You didn't ask a single boat owner or captain or occupant, do y'all have any video on this boat, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Right?
Can you repeat the question?
You didn't ask a single boater, owner of the boat, occupant of the boat, anyone on any boat, out of all the boats there, if anyone had any cameras installed on their boat, right?
No.
Did you go to a boat that was, or did you even see a boat that was a party boat, basically? I think it was called the Atoli, where they were giving out vodka, seltzer vodkas, and there was a trampoline. Do you remember seeing that boat there?
They're not, to my knowledge. I don't remember that.
Okay. So no one told you there was anything involving a trampoline in this case, right?
No.
So you didn't go to any boat that had a trampoline to ask if there was witnesses that observed anything involving this case, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Existing.
Okay. In the beginning of your testimony, you were asked by Ms. Suarez, you've come across drowning and people struggling to swim, remember those
Yes.
questions?
Yes.
And you're trained somewhat in that, right?
I'm trained in it?
Yeah, you
Yes.
get training
Yes.
in identifying signs of people who are drowning, right?
Yes, we have a water survival week during the academy.
Okay. And isn't it true that people don't always start splashing when they're drowning? Isn't that true? If you don't know, that's okay.
Can you repeat that?
Isn't it true that people are, based on your training, if
Okay.
you know, that people who are drowning aren't always splashing and waving their hands up and down trying to get attention?
So let me just ask if I understand the question correctly. Is it that people who are drowning, are you asking for a way that they drown?
Yeah, like if you're trained, if you have the knowledge, my question is, isn't it true that people don't always drown? In other words, it's visible to the people who are there watching. They're not always splashing and calling attention or splashing the water trying to save themselves. Sometimes people drown silently, right?
Yes.
You know that. It can happen fast, right?
Yes.
Right? Sometimes parents don't even know their kids are drowning, right? Right in front of them, they see them drowning. They don't even realize they're in distress, right?
Is that a question?
Yes, sir. That's a question.
Objection relevance?
Overruled, he can answer if he knows.
Isn't that true?
Do I repeat it? I'm sorry.
All right, so the question once again, isn't it true, sometimes when you're training and experienced, that sometimes parents, their kids drown right in front of them in the water, they don't even realize that the kids are in distress prior to them unfortunately drowning. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. So drowning can happen quickly and silently. You may not even know the person's drowning, even if you're a layperson, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
It's an asked answer.
Okay. You don't know if, well, you know Mr. Cole Goldberg was pretty intoxicated that day, right?
Yes.
That was a fact, right?
Yes.
You don't know how much you have to drink, do you?
Objection, self-serving hearsay.
I don't know what the answer is.
I'm not asking you to tell me what he said. I'm asking if you personally know how much you have to drink.
I did not see him consume alcohol.
All right, but you could tell from his actions and his breath, obviously, he was drinking, right?
Yes.
Wasn't falling down drunk, was he?
If I had to...
My question was, he wasn't falling down drunk. That's the question, yes or no?
I don't know.
You saw him. You saw him on the boat. Was he falling down when you were talking to him?
He had injuries on his knees consistent to as if he had fallen down.
Okay, so my question is, do you understand the question what a falling down drunk means?
Would you like me to?
No, I'm asking if you understand the question.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe Mr. Goldberg, yes or no, that he's falling down drunk? Or you don't know? That's okay too.
I don't know. That'll be a better...
All right. When he spoke to you, was he able to understand your questions?
Yes.
Was he able to communicate properly to you?
Communicate properly.
Were you able to understand his responses?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't... was he slurring his words?
I believe so.
Do you know if he slurs normally?
No, I don't.
Okay. But what he said to you made perfect sense in English. In other words, he wasn't talking gibberish or talking nonsense, right?
Are you asking the words or the tone?
I'm asking your conversation with him. You were able to communicate with him where you understood everything he told you and he was able to understand what you told him.
Yes, I did understand what he was telling me.
And it appeared that he understood you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at no time did he give you a hard time, right?
No.
And he was cooperative and polite, right?
Yes.
And he answered everything you asked him to the best of his ability. In other words, he didn't say, I'm not answering that question, right?
Yes.
Okay. It took you about 24 minutes to decide you're going to arrest Mr. Goldberg for attempted murder, right?
I'm not aware of the specific time frame.
All right, well, you would agree the only thing he did was get on the boat and talk to the 4 people on the tower objects boat, and then he went on the other boat with 6 men and took a couple of sworn statements, and then he decided, I'm going to charge Mr. Goldberg with attempted murder, right?
Correct.
You didn't go try to find any other boats that these young people or young adults were on earlier in the day, did you?
No.
You didn't ask anyone if they knew anyone who may have observed what was happening earlier in the day, did you? You didn't ask a single witness on any other boat beside the 2 you spoke with if they observed any behavior interaction between Mr. Goldberg, other than 2 boats you spoke with, Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky on any other boats that day?
No, I did not, other than those 2 boats.
Okay. And there's a lot of boats there that day, right? Hundreds.
Yes.
Thousands of people, right?
Yeah.
Do boats have identification marks on them, like numbers and letters?
No, they have a registration number.
All right, y'all were out in the water, meaning you, other police officers. There was many police officers out that day, right?
Yes.
Hundreds?
Hundreds of police officers?
How many would you estimate?
Between on the water, let's just say, between Boca and us, maybe 30 to 50.
How about sheriff?
How
about sheriff's office?
I have no idea about them.
Did you look at any other body cams to see whether the boats were around that area at the time of this event?
No.
Did you interview anyone who may have taken Cole Goldberg and Carolyn Schwitzky to the Boca Bash?
No.
Isn't it true that it was FWC and the other officers, one of your goals was to make sure every single boat had life preservers or life jackets in order for the people to be on the boat while the boat was moving?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Isn't it true that it was FWC and the other law enforcement officers' wishes and desires to make sure all the boats had enough life preservers for every single passenger on the boat, as long as the boat was moving? They had to have a life preserver for each person.
It's a law that you have to have enough life jackets on the vessel, but we can't terminate a vessel because they don't have enough life jackets.
You can't what?
Terminate a voyage, so we can't force them to go to shore.
You can give tickets, right?
Yes, you could get a ticket.
All right, that was something y'all did. You would go into certain boats and making sure they had enough life jackets, right?
Yes.
Jackson relevance.
Overruled.
You did that, right?
Yes.
Oh. Did Carolyn Schwitzky have a phone with her when you saw her?
I don't believe so.
Did she ever have a backpack or any type of bag that you observed with her?
Not that I observed.
Did you ever see one in the water?
Did I see her bags in the water?
Anybody's bag. Laying in the water, floating in the water, anybody's woman's clothing, anything like that.
I believe Mr. Goldberg had one on his back.
That wasn't the question. Did you see
In a bag.
bags floating in the water? Clothing floating in the water?
No, I did not.
Okay. You saw alcohol on the boat, the big boat, the Tower Checks boat, right?
Yes.
Hard liquor, right?
Yeah.
A blender.
I don't recall a blender.
Yeah. And you would agree some people hold their alcohol better than others, depends on the tolerance, maybe age, experience, right?
Yes.
At no time did you ever ask for any type of sexual assault or rape exam that would be done on Schwitzky, did you?
No.
You never called paramedics for Ms. Schwitzky, did you?
There's paramedics at the boat ramp.
That's not my question. My question is, you never called paramedics for Ms. Schwitzky, did you?
No, I did not.
And you never asked any other officers to call paramedics for her, did you?
Not to my recollection.
And if she was injured in any way, shape, or form, and you thought she needed help, you would have done that, right?
Officer Hamad would have done that.
Well, she didn't do that either, right?
I believe she got checked at the boat ramp when she got back by paramedics.
Were you there?
I did go to the boat ramp.
Did you see the paramedics check her?
I don't recall.
So
Not to my knowledge, no.
So how can you say she did it? Are you guessing?
Am I guessing
Yeah.
if the paramedics checked her out?
Yeah, you just said Officer Ahmad did it. Are you guessing or do you know that?
I said Officer Hamad would have done that.
Would means possibly or means definitely?
It means, I believe, let's go back to your question. If she was injured, we would have offered paramedic or a medic, correct? Was that your question?
Right, for you personally.
Okay, and my answer was that would have been Officer Hamad's responsibility.
Oh, okay, so whether she did it or not, you don't know.
That, correct.
Oh, okay. And the injuries to Ms. Schwitzky's arm and legs that you were talking about, do you know if that had anything to do with this case? You don't know, do you?
I did not see it happen.
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that would have caused the bruises to arms or legs in this case? In other words, first of all, let me ask you this. You didn't know if the bruises were old from a couple of days before?
No.
Okay. And you personally didn't see any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky's neck or chest area, did you?
Not on the scene. I did review the body on camera, and then that's what I did observe it.
Hold on a second. So let's start this.
Yeah.
So on the scene, are you telling the court, telling His Honor that you didn't see any injuries at the time you were there?
On her neck?
Neck, chest area.
I did not see any on scene, no.
All right. Now you said you looked at the body cam.
But Officer Hamad, yes.
All right. Well, I'm not asking what other officers did. I'm asking what you did. So you personally, did you see any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky at all, other than the ones you testified to were arms and legs?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
I observed them on Officer Hamad's body camera.
All right. So did you see him live in person?
No.
Okay. Do you know how? So those injuries weren't there when you saw her, but now she has injuries later on Officer Ahmad's body cam?
So they injuries.
This question is a yes or no. You don't have to explain unless the court asks you to, or the prosecutor comes up there. They get another shot.
He can answer yes, no, or he can answer with a qualified explanation. I'm having trouble following the answers, to be honest with you, so.
All right.
The injury was on her right side, and where her hair was, and I didn't look on scene where I didn't move her hair back and see that. On Officer Hamad's body camera, I believe on minute 15:05, you can see the scratch on it, and then the photograph, I believe, later on.
That's exhibit number 5. I'll bring it closer if you need to see it. No injuries on this young lady while she's at the dock, is there?
Not from that photo.
Okay. You didn't take any photos. You personally, your body cam or your camera or whatever you had with you, you don't have any photos personally of her injuries, do you? Other than the ones you mentioned on her legs and arms?
From my body camera and my camera, no.
Does this look at the, I'll come closer, does this look like it was at the dock?
That was at the dock, yes.
All right. So she doesn't have a mark on her neck here, does she?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
But now you're telling us where she had a mark on an Officer Ahmad's body cam, right?
Objection, argumentative, and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You got that picture with you?
It's on Officer Hamad's
Do
body.
you have the picture with you is the question. You're the lead officer. Do you have that picture?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Defense exhibit number 1. We'll bring it closer.
Okay.
See any injuries on Ms. Schwitzky's neck that you described?
Not in that photograph.
Oh. You never called the crime scene person in this case, did you?
No.
You could do that, right? You have authority to deal with other agencies that they'll help you, right?
When the crime was to occur in the water, and that's the crime scene, how are we going to do a crime scene on the water?
I didn't ask you to ask me a question. My question was, do you have any type of relations with other agencies that'll help you, send people if you need assistance?
Yes.
Okay, so whether you wanted to or not, my question is you didn't call a crime scene person to help you,
Objection,
right?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Defense number one, are you aware this is from Officer Ahmad's body cam?
I don't know where you got that from.
It's not your body cam, is it?
Objection, counsel testifying.
Is this your body cam?
I have no idea where you got that photograph.
Oh, okay.
It appears to be from a body camera, but I don't know who you got it from.
Okay. Defense number four. I'll bring it close if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the FWC victim notification form. This is from a body cam too, right?
Yes.
See any injuries on the Schwitzky here?
Can I see the photograph?
Yes, sir.
There's something here.
Where are you pointing to?
Right here. That dot right there.
Okay. So you're telling this court on defense number 4, under oath, there's a dot on her right clavicle, right?
Above that is where I pointed.
Right where I'm pointing?
In that general area, there is something there, yes.
And you documented that as an injury in any of your reports?
The scratch on her neck. I did document the scratch on her neck. And that would be the scratch that I documented, but I don't know if that, in that photograph, is the mole or right next to it.
Well, you got me confused.
Okay.
Only so you know.
Alright.
Did you document the dot you just referred to on the right side of her neck like you just told us?
I documented a scratch in that location.
Is this a scratch mark, the dot you just pointed to?
It looks like a dot in the photograph.
Does it look like a scratch mark?
It looks like a dot in the photograph.
Oh, okay. And you thought that she didn't want to talk to you, you said, because you were a male, right?
Yes.
And when Officer Hammond came in, she's a female, right?
Yes.
She didn't get nowhere either, did she?
She
On
did.
the boat.
Huh?
On the boat.
She did get more than I did.
Okay. Were you there when she spoke to Ms. Schwitzky?
I was on the vessel, but not present, but she was talking with her.
Oh, okay. So you didn't actually eyewitness, you just tell us what you may have seen on the body cam at a later date.
Correct.
Okay. Y'all never got, meaning law enforcement never got 911 calls that day, right?
SWC?
Yes, sir.
No.
Involving this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you agree that you told the witnesses, treat this case like this could be your daughter, meaning Carolyn Schwitzky, right?
Yes.
You didn't say treat this case like Mr. Goldberg could possibly be your son and he may have had an accident, did you?
No.
And you said you're trying to be fair. You want to get witnesses for the state and the defense. You said that twice already, right?
Mm-hmm.
That a yes?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What single witness did you get that knew Mr. Cole Goldberg? Name one that knew him personally.
None. No either party.
And that is to you as being fair. Right?
That all the witnesses knew neither party?
That you didn't try to get a single person that knew Cole Goldberg to try to jump into the water to find out what happened.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
You didn't do that.
I tried to get witnesses that observed what happened.
On the boat he was on?
All the witnesses that were present.
All right. Do you know anything about a butt slapping incident?
Do I know anything about it?
Yes, sir.
As in what?
In this case, you know anything, what relevance that has? Yes or no?
Can you repeat the question?
It's a simple question. You didn't understand it?
Objection, argument.
Question and answer, please. This is a non-jury trial.
I'm sorry, Judge. Question is, did you know anything about a butt slapping incident having any relevance to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any witnesses to that?
No.
How about somebody being thrown into a boat propeller? You ever know anything about that?
No.
Okay. Any reports that you know from FWC that anyone got thrown into a boat propeller off a boat that day and was assaulted?
Turned to a propeller?
Yes, sir.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. this alleged drowning incident, do you know how much, let me ask you this one. You arrived at 6:12 p.m., right?
I have to look back, but I believe so.
6:12 p.m., is that fair, approximately?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. The alleged drowning, whatever you want to call it, do you know what time that happened?
I'm not sure.
Right. Did you check the Tara checks code to see if they had a video camera installed on it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Not to my recollection.
You don't recollect checking it?
I don't recall right now whether I looked or I did not look.
Okay. Would you agree that's a multi-million-dollar yacht?
Yes.
Okay. You know if the current was pretty strong in the area where this alleged incident occurred?
I wouldn't say very strong. I'd say there is a current.
All right. If somebody's drinking alcohol, you think that would affect possibly the way they could swim?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Okay. And is inlet close to this area, or is it far away?
I wouldn't say it's close. It's nearby, but it's not close.
Okay. In terms of swimming from the area where the Tower Chicks boat was, to swim to land, it's my understanding you can go east or west and you can get to homes on either side?
You can pretty much swim in any direction. Yeah, there's homes on all sides.
East, west, north, south?
Yeah, there's the ICW that has like a channel,
Okay.
but then there's like houses. It kind of makes like a lake. That's why I call it Lake Boca.
I got you. And do you think it would be smart during Boca Bash or prudent for someone to try to swim from the Tower Chicks boat west to land?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would be a wise thing to do.
I don't think it would be a safe thing to do.
Okay. And when you got on the Tower Chicks boat, you would agree Ms. Schwitzky was not choking or aspirating water, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her rubbing her eyes like she had salt in her eyes, right?
I don't know how that would look. I mean, she would cry and then touch her eye, but
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fair.
All right. And when she spoke to you, she wasn't having a raspy voice like she just gulped half a gallon of water or anything like that, right?
No.
You ever talk to people who gulp down water? In the
Yes.
ocean?
Yes.
All right, so it's pretty distinctive of the way they talk back to you, if they can even talk, right?
Depends on how recent it was.
It just happened 10, 15, 20 minutes before.
Oh, I don't think it would last that long.
Okay. Right away, you think it would affect them?
I would, yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a single picture of the floaty or floaties that may have been in the water around the Tower Chicks boat?
No.
How come?
I didn't think about doing that.
You asked questions about, well, I'll move on with that, anyway, sorry. You remember, do you agree or disagree, there's a very active current and tide on Lake Boca?
There is a current on the tidal. Or there is a tidal current in Lake Boca, yes.
A very active one. You agree with that?
I don't even know, what do you mean by that, I guess?
In other words, if you're swimming in there, it could affect you in the way the current's running, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Lake Boca is a lake, so it has tidal, it comes and goes, but it's not, like if you were in the ICW in a narrow channel, that would consider that as a very active tidal, but in the lake, it kind of like slows down because of a bigger area. So it has tide, and it goes up and it goes down, but it's not a strong current like the smaller channels of the ICW.
Okay. Does it also depend on the time of day?
Yes.
Did you check it all to see that particular day how the current was going around 6 o'clock?
No.
Okay. You ever see, you know what defensive wounds are?
Yes.
Did you ever see any defensive wounds on Mr. Goldberg?
I saw his knees. I believe
Well, let me start with this. Let me start.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
What's a defensive wound in your mind?
It's a wound that somebody would have because they were defending themselves.
Okay. Could it also be a wound because they weren't defending themselves, they were attacking somebody, and somebody was defending themselves against the person who was attacking them? Could be either way, right?
That confused me. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, well, I'm talking more in homicide talk, so let me kind of walk it back a little.
Okay.
In plain English, when you saw Mr. Goldberg, you didn't see any marks like somebody dug their nails in him, did you?
No.
Anywhere on his body, you didn't see that, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't see any signs that Mr. Goldberg had any mental illness, did you?
No.
Okay. And based on what the other officer told you in your observations, you believe he was able to validly waive his Miranda warnings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that even though he was under the influence of alcohol, he was not heavily intoxicated, meaning Mr. Goldberg?
I thought we already asked if he was intoxicated.
Heavily intoxicated.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's just such a broad word. I mean, he was drunk. More drunk than... the best way I could describe it would be he was... If I had to...
It's a simple question. You can explain that if you want. Would you agree that even though he was under the influence, he was not heavily intoxicated? And then you can explain all you want. If you can answer that question, please.
Did you just change the question?
The question is, would you agree?
Yeah.
Even though he was under the influence of alcohol, he was not heavily intoxicated.
That he was not heavily intoxicated. It's just such a broad term.
Let me show you. So you can't answer that.
Without an explanation.
Let me show you deposition.
Okay.
Referring to page 65, lines 21 to 22, and you can read anything else before or after if you need to.
You said line 22? 21?
21 to 22, please.
Okay, yes.
Did I refresh your memory that he was not heavily
Yes,
intoxicated?
he was not heavily intoxicated.
Okay.
But he was on the team.
Sure. May I have a moment? Sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Reader, then?
Very rude. injury states to,
Okay.
thank you, Judge.
Mr. Shiner, I think you identified offense 4 through the witness. I don't know if the clerk has a record of offense 4. It's like a still from a body worn count.
I did, Your Honor.
Has it been admitted into evidence or?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So, we were referring to some stills from Officer Hamad's body worn. Can you take a look at these 2 photos?
Yes.
Do either of these photos look like they were what you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
Okay, could you lift up the photo and show it to the judge and point to him where you saw injuries?
Oh, right here.
And this was after the fact?
What do you mean?
This was after the investigation. You were able to review Officer Hamad's body worn and you were able to see these injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And
Does that states 2A and B?
this is states 2A and B. And when you were reviewing her body worn camera, were you privy to, I guess, looking at things a little bit more slowed down?
Yes.
And were you able to kind of look at angles you may not have focused on primarily when you were speaking to her?
Yes.
How long would you estimate you spoke to Caroline Schwitzky?
Oh, on scene, on the boat, maybe a minute or 2.
Okay,
Just
and
rough estimate.
barring her being probably 5 feet away from you while you're doing the rest of the investigation on that boat, how often were you looking at her?
Not very often.
So when you are trying to run an investigation like this, are you relying on your other officers to kind of make observations you may not be able to see?
Yes.
And in this case, was this something that you may not have seen on scene?
Yes.
Now, defense just talked a lot about how you didn't talk to anybody that knew Cole Goldberg that day. Did you talk to anybody that knew Caroline Schwitzky that day?
No.
Were all of these people, for all intents and purposes, independent witnesses?
Yes.
And when we say independent, is that because they are not with the defendant or the victim?
Yes.
They have no personal ties to anybody?
Yes.
I'm gonna take further.
You're much else. That's neat. State, any additional witnesses or evidence presented?
At this time, the state rests.
State affords the rest of their case. Not going to call any witnesses on defense today. Like I said, I don't think I have that many matters in advance of this, so I think we'll be able to start back up at 9:30. Do you want to address any business now, or do you want to address everything tomorrow at 9:30?
Judge, I don't have much experience doing non-juries, but I'm still going to move for a JOA at this point, but I don't have any argument because the court knows the law, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
The judge knows the law.
In the light most favorable to the non-moving party, find the state to establish a condemnation case of guilt such that I should hear from the defense on respective non-motion for the judgment of acquittal at the first stage. You'll have your witnesses ready tomorrow at 9:30. Do you all think that you'll be able to rest your case tomorrow at 9:30?
I think so.
Right, sorry, 9:30. Tomorrow at the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you'll be able to go into closings tomorrow, or do you think that's more Thursday?
In all frankness, I think probably Thursday, but I don't know because
I'm not going
the
to catch
civilians
up
are going to be quick, so we might have a chance of doing closings tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see where we're at. I would imagine that Mr. Goldberg, if he chooses to testify, is going to be more of a lengthy witness. But other than that, we'll see where, I'm not going to pull the rug out from under you and make you do closings. So we'll see where we are, since we have 4 days scheduled. Mr. Goldberg, tonight, you'll have a chance to talk to your lawyers. You'll have a chance to talk to whoever you need to talk to. Just know that whenever the defense would like me to do it, we're at the end of their case. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to place you under oath and just ask you if you made a personal decision as to whether or not to testify. Just remember, at the end of the day, no matter what anybody tells you to, no matter what anybody tells you, the decision to testify or not testify is your own personal decision. And you'll make it and you'll testify if you want to testify, and you won't testify if you don't want to testify. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else to address before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state.
No, thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Because they kept it on.
That's why they're trying to turn it off. Because I know they died.
They're not rechargeable. These aren't rechargeable. I know they have rechargeable ones, but.